Welcome to the Select Board meeting for Monday, December 18th. We'll call to order at 6:06 p.m. I'll move we go into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body and the chair so declares, which I do. ASME 1725 wastewater and water unit. And then immediately following, move into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel and contract negotiations with non-union personnel regarding the town administrator. Is there a second?
Second.
We will resume our meeting following, likely prior to 7 p.m. when we have a joint meeting. All those in favor? Brian, will you call the roll?
Selectman Lloyd?
Aye.
Chairman Smith?
Aye.
Selectman Bastarash?
Aye.
Thank you all. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the Select Board meeting. We will resume at 7:06 PM. We will be starting our joint meeting shortly. Until then, a review of the Police Department Policy 4.28, Police Vehicles, third read. Any discussion?
No additional changes other than what I've read? No.
None.
Okay.
Would you like a motion?
Please.
Make a motion to approve the police policy and procedure number 4.28, police vehicles, with a revision, as amended, and with a revision date of 12/18/2023.
Second?
And an effective date? Oh, no, it doesn't need that. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, his are set up a little bit differently.
Yeah, it took me a second. Good. Review, let's see, meeting minutes, section 5. We have minutes from January 30th, 23.
Correct.
Did you guys get a chance to read those?
I did. Those are sent. When did we?
Yes.
I read them today. When did they send? This morning.
Yeah.
Very, very early.
I read them this afternoon.
Did you have a chance as well?
I did read through them. I have,
Okay. Any
I
comments, changes?
Nope.
nothing.
Okay. Motion?
Motion to approve the minutes from January 30th, 2023, as written.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Review and approval of the calendar year 2023 alcoholic beverage licensing annual report.
Just scroll to that section.
635, page 635 of our short
Section
packet.
6A, or page 635, yes. A lot of documents in here.
Might have been related to why we had some computer challenges tonight, but we're good now. Any questions or concerns? There's 1 all alcohol, 3 retail package, and 1 innkeeper license. Total collected fees of $1,925 for 2023, calendar 23. Any questions?
No, it just took me a
Need a
second to
motion
get
to-
there. Computer was lagging.
Yes, please.
Make a motion that we accept the alcoholic beverages license annual report for 2024 for calendar year 2023 as written.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Consider the subpart
Could-
to that on the next page.
Yep, the seasonal cert form.
No, the one before that.
Oh, the renewal certification for
Right.
2024?
Typically, this is a blank form for you all. This
Right.
is the first year we have a change.
So our renewal certification for 2024, because that report 2024 was really for 2023,
Yes.
because it's not confusing.
Right.
So renewal for 2024, our license for Brondecki's on Leicester Street is not being renewed. Correct?
Correct. This is a off-premise retail liquor license.
Same as the 3?
We only have 3 total.
Right, the 3 we issued, we'll have 2 and 1 unissued in 24 at this point.
Correct.
Okay. Any concerns,
None.
questions?
You You want a motion to approve?
Yes, please.
Motion to approve the renewal certification 2024 as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
The review and approval of the calendar 2024 alcohol beverage licensing seasonal certification form. Our 2024 seasonal population is estimated to be the same as it was not seasonally. Any questions or concerns or motion?
Motion to approve the 2024 seasonal population increase estimation form as written.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Welcome. And rounding out the alcoholic beverage section, review and issuance of the calendar year 2024 alcohol beverage licenses.
Should be a memo in your packet outlining who has renewed in recommended vote language.
Any questions or concerns?
I think it's page 638 of your packets.
Yep. The three motions will take care of all of those.
Yeah. I didn't realize we had that many
Yeah.
licenses available.
Yeah, Betsy and I were talking about that the other day, and that it would make sense to add that to this
Yeah.
summary, that you have that many available that are
Unfilled.
yeah.
So the off-prem retail, though, alcoholic beverage, that's the one that opened up. Those were full, correct? Those were all issued up until this year?
By population, you have two by law. You all sought special legislation many years ago to get a third. So yes, we do have three total, two remain issued.
Okay.
And that's for all alcohol beverages. We have a separate count just for malt and wine. So
AKA beer and wine.
means beer and wine.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions or concerns?
Nope. I'll run through them if you want.
Please.
All right. We'll start out with a motion to renew a restaurant and all alcohol liquor license effective January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024 to the French King Bowling Center at 55 French King Highway, Erving, Mass.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm just going to run right down through all three.
Please.
Motion to renew an innkeeper liquor license effective January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 to the French King Motor Inn at 129 French King Highway, Erving, Mass.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And finally, a motion to renew a retail package store liquor license effective January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024 to the Weatherhead Store at 63 French King Highway, Erving, Mass. And to Fliss Market at 5 West Main Street, Erving, Mass.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Maybe I do have a question. Oh, no, never mind. I'm good.
You got it?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Okay, with that, appreciate everybody's patience. We will call the joint meeting with the Finance Committee and the Capital Planning Committee to order at 7:16. Thank you all for joining us. The first item of business for discussion is review and discussion of the senior housing development RFP and submission. We saw this in our 2 meetings ago, and the recommendation from the Senior Housing Committee that they would like to engage and look at moving forward. big part of our 638-page packet up here. So I know there's a lot there. I wanted to bring capital and finance in and have a conversation. There were some outstanding procurement questions, which we have the answer to, I believe.
Yes, there was a
Which-
memo.
Yep.
Yep.
And then generally, because it's a large project, even if the town hopefully does not have a lot of funding required or, in-kind services to make the project successful, but there is some, and it is a project that will take resources at the very least, even if we find grant money for the town's portion of the cost, if you will. So wanted to have that conversation, get that started, and discuss where do we go on that project from here. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Chairman, at this time, I will be recusing myself from the conversation due to a potential conflict of interest.
Thank you. My apologies for being long-winded.
That's okay.
And I also have to recuse myself.
Okay. Understood. Do we still have, yes, okay, we still have quorums. Just making sure. Okay. Do you want to just, do you want to open up with questions and comments, or do you just want to walk through the legal piece about the RFP, since what we got for a submission doesn't quite align with exactly what we originally asked for in scope, and so we were working with council to figure out where does that leave us. Obviously, we have that here. Maybe we'll start there if there's any questions around
Want to do that?
that response and what that would look like.
Okay. So in your packets, these are the same documents that have been shared for the last month. But in today's documents were simply the proposal from Rural Development Inc., as well as the memo that I prepared outlining where we are with town council's review of everything. I can resend the procurement documents if that's helpful, but those are unchanged. So as the chairman noted, we had started with a request for proposals process for the parcel behind the library here on Care Drive. During the addenda process and site visits, there was a question posed about the potential to use land behind the senior center, so the adjacent parcel. And we did respond in that addenda that we would invite a developer to respond if that was something that they're interested in, to describe what that would look like. And so council has reviewed all of the documents, the RFP, the addenda, the responses to that, and feels that it is satisfactory, that it was a fair and open process, and anybody who was interested in the procurement would then be aware that that was an invitation to provide that answer. So council is comfortable with us proceeding with this procurement if that is the wish of the board. There are a few things, if we were to go forward, that we do need to attend to. We do need to review the proposal and the available land on both parcels. They're not asking for all of the land, and I think there's an interest from the Senior Housing Committee and a recommendation from the town to keep the land that's not being requested for future options. So we would need to create approval not required to submit to the planning board to create that lot split. There was initially a proposal that would require the alteration of the approved road layout for Care Drive that would go to the back of the property. The Senior Housing Committee and in our office have responded that we're not interested in abandoning that layout, that was intentional, and we need places for highway to take care of the road infrastructure, we need a place for the utilities, and we need a place for a future pump station for Care Drive. So we would need to work with them to adjust the proposal to move it back from where they kind of overlaid it over the parcel lines and to maintain that layout. So there's definitely some work that would need to happen with RDI. But in the meantime, I think while those things are happening, the next step, again, if there was interest to proceed, would be a vote by the select board at some point to acknowledge or to recognize RDI's submission as highly advantageous and to begin the process of negotiating a land development agreement. We still have to go to town meeting. There's all these other steps that need to happen. This is a multi-month process. This is not going to happen quickly. But that would at least allow us to begin having those conversations and prepare for a future town meeting.
Questions on those specifics?
I had one question, and it's related to, you had spoke with council and senior housing in relation to the layout and working with RDI to move there. But there was also a request in, and I was looking through the bulleted question and answers about the concerns of the submittal weren't in this packet. At least I didn't think I saw them. About having it right on the line or on the parking lot.
Yep.
And the request was to push that back as well.
That's correct.
So that'll all be tied into the same reformat of the layout?
Correct.
Okay. I just
Correct.
wanted to make sure. I didn't want to lose sight of that because
No.
I know it was sitting right on the parking lot line.
We want to be mindful. The reason that the town is engaging in this process is because the idea of senior housing has been a long sought goal by the town and members of the community. So there's a public use or a public good that we are perceiving for this. With that being said, we don't want to limit ourselves so tightly on the layout where this facility or the library or any other future needs of these respective facilities is encroached upon. So I think senior housing was quite clear that they wanted to push back from the, I think the part of the proposal suggested using right up to the parking lot of the senior center. That's not something that the senior center would be in support of. That's not something that the senior housing committee was in support of. So we would push all of those lots back. There's sufficient space in the available land that there's no need for us to be that close to the existing structures and layouts.
Well, that was going to be my next question is, as we're crafting what parcel we're actually carving out, we're taking into consideration the ability for them to create a new layout,
Right.
spread the buildings apart to allow for the layout, the
Right.
roadway to continue, and push it back deep enough to the wood line.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Now, they do have some concerns about slopes and wetlands.
Right.
And of course, we have to work with all of those
Yep.
constraints, but I don't believe these are insurmountable challenges.
Other questions on that part specifically? Okay. On the proposal overall, I mean, some of you, it's probably first time at least discussing it, if not first time seeing it, so. Questions, comments, thoughts?
I'm concerned that it doesn't seem to be the proposal that I think, at least myself, was expecting. 18 units feels like not a lot. Unless I missed it, I didn't see that they were going to be residency restricted to Erving residents, which my fear would be they would fill up incredibly quickly at that point, potentially without Erving residents being able to live there. And I was a little surprised by I'm sorry, I can't think of the term of it, for the other end of the development, the other
Workforce housing?
workforce housing, to see that included as well. I guess I'm still trying to wrap my head around the proposal that they put forward, because it's not at all what I envisioned for senior housing. And I'm having a hard time envisioning it from everything that I had heard people talk about what they wanted for senior housing before. So this is just, to me, feels like it's very out of left field and not what I was expecting for a proposal.
I know there's a few members of the senior housing committee here tonight. I don't know if they would like to give their perspective. I invited, but it was unexpected. I know I didn't ask you to be here, so if you'd like to come up and give us some thoughts on, I know there was some reaction to it, and then kind of the discussion that got to a recommendation, despite it not being quite, what we all may have wanted or expected, that you still think it's good to go forward.
So to answer your concerns, Deb, it was not what we were expecting either. We had, we were hoping for a minimum of 30 units. And when the proposal came for the 18, we sent back a request to RDI and said, why isn't there 30? Why is there only 18? And they explained to us that they had run the numbers to make the project doable, and they couldn't swing the 30 units because the biggest cost factor was it would include an elevator, Two elevators, actually, two elevators. And that just wouldn't make it feasible for them in the long run to make it happen. The 8 units of workforce, multi-generational housing are to make the whole project workable from a financial point of view. So that was what the answers that they gave us on that.
And just to be clear on that piece, they will all be designed in accordance with the considerations that you need for age-friendly housing, so that they absolutely could be occupied by seniors. They just wouldn't necessarily have the deed restriction for the age, while the other 18 would have that deed restriction.
In answer to your Erving residents only, we had originally wanted that, but the way that I understand it, or we understand it, is that you have to meet a layer of, there has to be requirements. You have to meet a layer of proof in order to do that, and we wouldn't have made it. However, at our discussion at RDI, they did say that they would try and honor that if they could, that they would do the work behind making that request to the Housing Authority. So, but they did point out that over in Sanderson Street, which is the housing unit in Sunderland that they did build and is the most recent senior housing in Franklin County, they had 2 lists going. One for residents only, and their residents only, the list wasn't full. So they felt that they were going to try to make that a reality, but we couldn't actually make it happen because we didn't meet the criteria.
And just 2 more points on that. The option to seek local housing first only can only be done on the first lottery. So even if it's successful and approved by the state, it would only happen the first time. And it was on the town to apply to the state to fund the study and to justify the need and defend that need to the state. The developers don't engage in that process. If the town is successful in receiving that, then the developer can try to make it work. But to your earlier point, if they run their own analysis and they can't find the demand that would be necessary to justify that, it may be a deterrent from allowing them to put a proposal forward if they can't financially make the pro forma work. And I think those were some of the considerations that the committee weighed when they were discussing that topic.
We have had 2 meetings with RDI about this project, prior to tonight, and our concerns, and there has been some give and take back and forth. We've had some discussions about it.
I'm seeing how the estimated projected total cost could be up to approximately 15.7 million. What would the town's portion of that be?
They're asking, I think, a buy-in of,
400 and.
448.
It was 50.
448, 188. That's,
and that can be, it doesn't have to be like cash funding. It can be grant funded. It can be in lieu of services. So some of the work that we've already done to extend the line, the sewer and water line, would get counted towards that contribution. So it's not just a straight $448,000. We could do it in other ways to get that. And they offered to work with us to seek out grants that might be able to help us with that sort of thing.
Does that 448 include things like the water, wastewater improvements and such that need to be done?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
And that ties into that conversation we were having at Capitol last week.
Can I ask for the 18 units you're talking about? Is that 10 for senior housing and 8 for multi-workforce people? Is that what we're talking about?
So it's actually a total of 26,
Okay.
26 units, 18 senior housing, 1-bedroom, single-floor living in a long corridor between the units that they could mingle and interact with. And then over on the other side, which they're proposing, the multi-generational workforce development housing would be over behind the library. And that would be 4 townhouses, I think.
Yeah.
And they would be 2 to 3 bedrooms. But all of the first floors of the workforce development housing would be handicap accessible. So it's not inconceivable that a senior with a blended family could move into those units. It's not saying it's an and or, it's
Right.
in addition to.
Thank you.
I might have missed it while I stepped out, but did we get a sense, and maybe I missed it in the document, but like how far off it was to have a 2-story with elevators and, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, we're talking, and I think,
I think this is the table that shows what the
is that the one that
estimated
has the-
gap. If for a 30-unit all senior in one building, one layout, it would have been just shy over $1 million gap that the town would have had to look at funding the difference in order to make that capacity work.
What page are you on? I must have just missed it.
Well, it's 27
packet.
of 27 of theirs,
Oh,
496 of our packet.
okay, thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate that.
yes, Jackie. Out of 667,
I gave them a few pages.
Yeah.
We got a short one today.
a little light reading.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
So if the project were to go forward with the 26 or
Yep.
18 and whatever, we have to chip in about 450,000-ish?
In either funds, grant funds, services,
Okay.
combination of all.
And if it goes to the full 30 with elevators and stuff, we chip it in about $1 million instead of $500,000.
Well, they didn't propose that because it
They
didn't work
did
on.
not propose that and aren't going to propose that. It is what it is. I mean, this process for us has been going on for 6+ years. And this was the third RFP that we put out. And this is the first opportunity that a developer has responded to those RFPs. I would suspect that given what we've been through in all those years, and today, that the likelihood of us getting anyone other than RDI has always been willing to work with us, but had other projects earlier on, so they weren't able to financially assist us as a developer. And I suspect that if we don't do take this opportunity to move forward, it's not going to ever move forward.
Yeah. So, to be clear, the talk about the 30-unit all senior housing or the 18-unit all senior housing were just for comparison of the cost associated with, but they had breakdowns of why they didn't propose either of those two options, and they're only proposing the 26-unit multi-use because of not. I mean, even if we said, well, we have the $1 million. On their end, there wasn't enough return on investment for them to say it's worthwhile to do the 30 units. It would too much upfront cost for them to make it worthwhile. So they're only proposing the 26,
Even if we covered the gap.
even if we covered the gap.
And the other thing we need to understand is this, the fact that we have a developer who's come forward and is willing to build senior housing in the town of Erving. This is a competitive process. There's still no guarantee that housing will happen, even though we have a developer willing to do that. Most of all of the funds that they will receive to do that will come from grants and services from the federal government and from the state. Our portion of this is essentially us saying, showing to the state and those people who we have to apply for these grants, which RDI will assist us in doing, that the town has put some skin into the process. we know that Greenfield is looking at senior housing, Turner's is looking at senior housing. At the same time we're doing it, Athol is looking at senior housing. Give you an example, I talked to the Susanna Whips, the representative, and the town has already put $1 million into good faith money into the process. So we're gonna be competing for, I don't know how much money is out there, but RDI believes we have a good chance, as good a chance as anybody else, but it is a competitive process, and we need to show that the town and our residents need to show that we have a good faith effort and want to assist in making this happen. And that is our portion of that, so.
Yeah. And to address, I had the same concern, Deb, about the number of units. And so I had asked, with the current layout of the property and the boundaries and the lines that are proposed to be used, is there enough space if the market changes, the construction market changes, the federal money available for companies changes, and it's feasible to add, say, another building with 18 more units, 12 more units behind it, attached to it, perpendicular, whatever, is there enough space? And the answer was yes. But right now in today's market, it doesn't make sense. And the fact that we have no units in town right now designated makes it difficult to say people aren't always applying for senior housing when we don't have any. So we don't know what the true demand is going to be until it's up and running and people start getting on that wait list.
I don't have the exact acres in front of me, but I believe the senior housing unit was going to take a shade under 3 acres.
I think that's about right.
And the senior center acre is 8.8 acres.
Right.
So we had asked RDI to tell us how much they would need to make the project work. So I want to say it was 3 on this side, and then maybe a little over 2 or 2.5 on the other side. And that one is, of course, that's our larger parcel.
Right.
That was 6 point something with extra land attached. You know, we have other additional land. So I did not rule out future development with them or with another developer in the future if we really found that we had a need for senior housing.
Do we know how much of that available would be if it's no, I get it. You know, not on a heavy grade or slope where there's going to be a lot more significant investment in building. Because obviously there's some areas where this is going to be more cost effective, and there's other areas where it's going to be a lot more costly to get the site prep.
Well, the acres that they want to use on either side are pretty much ready to go. They're the most level areas. That's why they chose them. But the topographical area on the other side where the library is a little more flat. It does slope over on this side in the back. So it might be more cost prohibitive to develop it later, but not impossible, just more costly. The other side has more availability to do that sort of thing. But they were also, when they chose, we asked them why they had it on 2 separate parcels, and their rationale was they were thinking that the senior housing was best suited behind the senior center so that they could tie in that feel, and that's why they wanted to do that. And then they were thinking that with the workforce development, multi-generational, it was separated a little because those would be some families, and they wanted to give the seniors their space. That is a fairly common complaint among seniors that live in mixed housing, is they don't want to hear a lot of noise. So the units would be standalone over at the senior side, and then there'd be some physical distance over to the multi-generational workforce development housing.
My stance hasn't changed. Having said all of that and had the conversations, I'm in favor of moving forward with it.
I'd say in favor of moving forward with it, but I think we really have to manage the expectation that folks in town don't think it's Erving senior housing as opposed to senior housing. Because not everybody, a lot of people I talk to are saying it's Erving senior housing, and it's not Erving senior housing.
I believe this was discussed last time maybe, or it came up, but I just don't recall the answer. The restriction obviously is not in there. Is there an option for, like, I don't know, for the first, a sign up period where it's Erving only for, I don't know, 3 months as they're looking to, or 30 days as they're looking to fill them before they open them up to everybody?
So that's where the local preference comes in, and RDI said they would work with us to apply for it. So it's not off the table, but we couldn't do it. In the beginning, we asked for it, and then we realized how complicated it was, that we couldn't do it without help. They're willing to say, yes, we will try and help you with that. It's really a state that determines whether or not you qualify for local preference. And so they would help us to try to do that. They understood what we were trying to do, and they didn't say no. They said, we'll try to help you with it.
But the town would be the applicant,
We would be the applicant.
not the developer. Local preference is something the community seeks.
Right, even though it's their property, their lease,
It's still your property.
well, I'm sorry, it's their lease
Right.
and their development. I
Right.
shouldn't say property, it's their development.
This whole thing is a partnership
Yeah.
Right.
to see this
Public.
thing.
So it's not,
Chomping at the bit.
it's not impossible. Yeah, we would work towards it, is what we would do. It would be our preference. The senior housing committee really did want local preference. And so if we can achieve that, we will. We will work towards it. We just can't guarantee it.
Ryan, did you want to add something? Come on, thanks.
We can do that. Want to see?
Sit right there.
I just wanted to, so housing lottery for affordable housing is extremely restrictive. There's very specific rules at what you can and cannot do. Local preference is a tool that we have to apply for. If you are accepting state funding, we could not say this is Erving senior housing, only Erving residents can be, like, we just straight up can't do that. Local preference is a tool that allows you to have 3 categories of preference the first time you do a lottery. So it can be current residents, it can be municipal employees, and it can be employees of local businesses. Those are the 3 categories that you can give local preference to. RDI has said that they will work with us to apply to the state to have local preference, but it's only for the first round. We do not have a mechanism to do that beyond that, and quite frankly, it likely wouldn't make much of a difference. We know that we have a lot of seniors here in town, but you're looking at how many seniors are ready to move in that first time. So you're thinking about the timing of, is this person ready to move out of their house? Do they have the money and support to be able to do that at this time, at that several month period where they're applying to live here? Do they need to sell a home to be able to move in there? Like, there's all of these things that have to kind of coalesce, like you would if you were applying to move into an apartment anywhere. And so even though we may have a lot of seniors in town, they need to be able to want to move in and have the logistical ability to do that. And so I think sometimes, you think about maybe there's hundreds of seniors who would want to move in all at once, but that's in actuality not always the case of how it works out. So local preference gives us the opportunity to ask those seniors if they would like to, come in. Up to 70% of the units can be local preference that first lottery round. But Sunderland didn't fill all their local preference slots. So if you think about how much smaller Erving is than Sunderland, realistically we may not fill all those local preference slots. So it's a super complicated thing. There's all these formulas and things that go into stuff like this. But I just want to make it super clear, especially people watching at home. It's not like we had the opportunity to make this Irving-only senior housing. That is not an option out there.
Not within the proposals. It could be done, but not
Well,
this
it would have to
way.
be entirely privately funded, which
Right.
isn't realistic.
Did you say 70%?
Yeah, it's up to 70%, I think, can be local preference.
I guess my challenge with it is there's 62 on a wait list. This is 18 units. I don't know what the rest of the towns in Franklin County might have in the works for senior housing, but that means unless any of the, and I know some of them on the list for Irving, but, according to this, 2. So if there's more than 2, they're not on the list already. There's 62 people looking for those 18
So
units.
that
I mean,
wait
you're
list-
overnight, it's full. In theory, if those people are already who are on the wait list, because the wait list exceeds the capacity and availability, which is why that we need senior housing anywhere.
Right, but that wait list
So-
is, again, you're saying, great, let's go, you have 2 months. That wait list might be people who have already found housing and they didn't pull themselves off the wait list, or it could be people who they had thought about it, but they're not ready to make the move yet. Like, there's like a wide range. So it won't be 62 people who are all going to be applying for 18 units.
And there's
We
also,
don't, but we don't know that. And 5 years from now, they'll know for 5 years to plan for it.
Right,
If they want to, right?
To have more
And
units.
I'm sure there's some people who are like, where do I sign up? I know there are. We've heard from them. Now, will all of them be ready to do it the day they open and they can? Maybe not, but the idea that some will fall off, others will go on, and others will go on when they find out it's available in their community and things like that. So
that's true.
I struggle, with the size too. I think like everybody, there's more need in the county than units. And us adding 18 doesn't even capture 30% of that. No need, that fluctuates, but no need when the assessment was done. It doesn't feel like that gives a lot of, it moves the needle a lot for Irving from 0, but doesn't move it as far as we hoped, and it doesn't move it as far as is needed around here. So
I
it
think
just,
just keep in mind that you are accessing not only federal funds but state funds, and as a state, the governor's office has put a focus on affordable housing statewide because of the housing crunch and the skyrocketing prices that we've experienced in the last few years. You're competing with our neighbors, I think, as the committee has articulated. So with Athol bringing units online, with Greenfield bringing units online, with Montague doing the exact same thing, agreed, Irving's project may feel smaller, but if the entire county North Quabbin region has multiple projects coming online in the next 5 to 7 years, as a whole, we are working to meet the need. And the state's financial institutions that are going to be financing these projects has to look across the Commonwealth to see where they can strategically roll those assets out. And so us trying to advocate for more may put us at a slightly disadvantage to another community that maybe has a proposal that they feel is more advantageous, more realistic, and it may pull their proposal up to the top of the funding pile as opposed to ours. And so I think there's definitely some strategy in what RDI has presented to you. They know the financial players much better than we do. They know their market, they know their business, and they're feeling confident that this mix that they are proposing can strike the right balance with those entities that they have to appeal to in this competitive market to attract that funding. It's not a guarantee, but they are trying to find the most advantageous proposal to put not only in front of all of you, but in front of those funders and secure that for our area.
on a similar topic, I guess, then, I have a feeling from sounds of it, the conversations back and forth may have expanded on it, but, under the 30-unit elevator piece there, and it was part of why, I don't know why I missed the red, but I wanted to understand the financial, because they comment on not being able to contribute a couple $100,000 like wealthy communities could, which we may not have to do, but their proposal's $500,000. And the gap on 30 is $1 million. It sounds like they said it's not just that, but generally in here, I'm just surprised that it wasn't more of a conversation. If we wanted to consider, investing in that as a town more. I'm not saying we would, I'm not saying the taxpayers would want to, but I'm a little surprised. I think maybe, Dan, not to put words in your mouth, but I think that might have been where you were going. Like, is that worth it to the community to invest in, right?
Yeah, I don't know the statistical analysis that RDI uses, how they figure out what they think they can rent, for example, how many units. I have no idea how they do that. But I'm concerned that there's a lot of talk for years and years about seniors in Erving having to move out of their homes and go to Greenfield or Athol or somewhere else. They may still have to do that. Because we're not talking about housing for these people who keep saying they want it. Here, we're talking about housing for people from anywhere can come here. And I don't know that that's exactly what people of Irving were pushing us to do. I understand the laws and what you're required. We can't just change that. But I want to be sure before, I assume it come to a vote, we're going to spend all this money somewhere, that people understand. There may be some people in Irving ready to move. Their house is sold, grandma and grandpa living with the family, they got a great place to go, and that's great. But there are many people who might like to move out, but they're nowhere near ready. And there are 60 people now, could be 40 people in a year from now, or 162. There's no guarantee Irving people who want senior housing are going to be able to get it here. I applaud all the work that you're putting in, and I'm not saying I'm against moving forward. It's just, I'm not certain that's what people in Irving want, is senior housing here for people from all over the place. And we may or may not be able to get in. That's the law, and that's how it is.
Right, so if it was a private company just building, they came, they bought the land, they built 30 units of housing for Irving residents, that could happen. But because RDI was the developer, they're using state and federal funding. It has to be for anyone. The only way to try and help those Irving residents is to do local preference at the first round. So our hands are tied. Unfortunately, the route that we're not going to build senior housing. Irving's not going to invest $15 million into senior housing for seniors. We have a developer who's using state and federal funds, and therefore we have to open it up to everyone. Just like I have to say, Irving residents that unfortunately had to move out of town, but still got to move to senior housing in Turner's, in Greenfield, in Shelburne, and in Sunderland and Sanderson Place. They got to move there for that reason. It wasn't in their community, but it was to senior housing. I think Mariah was going to answer your question, Jake, about the elevators.
So page 26 in our packet, I don't know what it is in yours, it describes why 18 units of just senior housing and 30 units of just senior housing wouldn't work. And it's not just elevators, it's the fact that there's other things listed there. And so I just want to be clear, like, elevators are part of it, but it's also just like whether the funding is there, like making the case to fund senior-only housing is a really hard case to make right now. The state is prioritizing family housing that's not age restricted. Sure. We may not have housing at all in Irving, senior housing or otherwise, if we do a proposal that doesn't work, and I think that's it's kind of a strong stance to take, but I think this is our opportunity to build senior housing. It may not be exactly what everyone wants, but it may be the only opportunity that you all have to have any senior housing here in town. And so I think the Senior Housing Committee worked really hard on this. I think that there are areas that we can negotiate on, but I think if we've already pushed back and asked if they could do more units and they said no, I think they wanted to do more units too, but they couldn't. They couldn't make the numbers work for a variety of reasons that they listed out here. And I hope that people can come to terms with the fact that not everyone's going to be pleased with every single aspect of any proposal that we move forward with. But I think it's what's best for the community that move forward with housing.
Could I say?
Well, just before you do, if please, just to be clear, I wasn't referring to elevators, I was referring to the proposal of a 30-unit with elevator. What I was talking about was the fact that they call out a wealthier community can contribute several hundred thousand, but they're expecting $500,000 on the proposal they did put forth. And saying that Erving's not in a position to do several hundred on a 30-unit. And they show $1 million, but I think that's a decision that we should have the opportunity to make if it's viable, if we contributed. There's also, risk on 30 units that Erving isn't. Well, Erving isn't the only one because it's not restricted. So there's plenty of the rest of the county. And so I'm just challenging that have we explored it far enough if we all feel strongly that while something might be better than nothing, we really wanted to see more senior units. And I think, and I'll let you go, Dan, because I didn't want to not let your thought out. I'm not saying I'm against having some workforce as well. So could we do 30 and workforce instead of 18 and workforce? Is there a point there where we could do that, and what would the contribution be? So at least we can either bring that to the voters or talk through that as the officials here trying to make the best decision and recommendation for the town. So, yeah.
A couple things now. I fully understand, Jackie, what you said. State and federal funds are here, we have to go with their rules, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. I also think we should have housing here, for whoever it's for. People need housing, that's fine. I just want everybody in Erving to understand that when we're talking about senior housing, it's not just all the seniors in Erving get to have a place to go. They have a place to go, it could be Greenfield or Turner's or Athol or somewhere else, but they may not necessarily all get to go here because they can be full. And I also understand what Mariah and Bill said, this is our only chance we've got at this point. And so I would not be in favor of trying to talk people into shooting this down. I think it's good to have housing. With all that said, I also agree with Jake. When they put in their proposal here that a wealthier community could have put in whatever it is, a million or more hundreds of thousands, and have 30 units, what was their decision? I don't know. Was their decision only on this is all the federal and state money we think we can get, it's 15 million, or if Erving is willing to kick in more to have in 30 units, and whether elevators or not, would they rework the proposal to put that in? Is there an alternative here if we were to put in some more money? And again, I can't speak for the town of Erving. I don't know what they want to put, taxpayers want to put in, how much they value all this housing. But I think having that option in front of us would be a great idea if they're willing to do it. And I don't mean to send you back to the drawing board. You've been working on it for years, so I hope you can understand both points of view there.
I was just gonna say, we asked them this question, and they said, they gave a pretty long answer of why they could not add more units. So I totally agree. I would love to see more units here. I am on board, but I think we've asked this question, and they explained why they couldn't.
I think, Dan, I don't think it's not just, maybe their wording was a bit awkward with a wealthier community and, with the 30 units, but I also think there are some limitations on their part on what they felt they could secure for funding to fund the project. Like they felt comfortable, and this might have been in a discussion we had with them face-to-face and not in the materials, because we did have a discussion with Gina about why was it only 18 and not 30 or something close, like 25. And they only felt confident enough that they could get a certain amount of funding to make the project work. And 30 was beyond the realm of what they thought that they could get. And Mariah can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was the gist of what because everyone on the Senior Housing Committee, we were willing to go up to 75 units. We wanted housing. It's not that we are happy with the 18 and the additional 8. We're not. We wanted more, but the only developer we got to submit a proposal is proposing 18 senior housing and 8 workforce development. And I agree with Bill, if we miss this opportunity, I don't think it's going to come around again. And we are, this is a good time. It almost feels like we're at the right place at the right time. The governor is a strong supporter of senior and affordable housing, and that's what our package, this is what the proposal is with RDI. It's both. So maybe it opens a few more doors. We had a conversation with Representative Whips, Mariah and I did, and she was in support of maybe finding us some funding that we could apply on our side that would come from the state for the senior and this project. So it seems like we're in a good place, and I would hate for us not to move forward because it's not as many units as we wanted originally.
Obviously I work in construction, and I know that costs are through the roof with construction. It just seems like $600,000 per unit is ridiculously expensive. Granted, it was a few years ago, but I was on a project that was 150 units and it was 28 million. That's 186,000 per unit. I know, obviously costs have gone up, but 600,000 just seems a lot. Is it prevailing wage because it's on town property? Or is it because it's a lease it doesn't?
No.
So it wouldn't even be
RDI is a
that.
private, nonprofit developer, so.
Just seems high.
Well, some of it might have to do with the fact that it is senior housing, so you do have another level, like, you have to, everything has to be at a certain height, you have to have
It's
certain.
still wood frame construction though.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying, and it was a few years ago, and it does seem high, but, I mean, I've seen what people are paying to have houses built now, and it's
that's
tripled.
also all of the site work.
Right.
That would go
Well,
with.
the
I
other
agree.
one's
It's
still
a
site
high-
work, too.
It's a big number. They can defend their budget. I don't know
Yeah.
what went into that. I also imagine that they want to overestimate and not underestimate. You get into some of those projects, and if you're
There's
asking
always
for funding and you don't
unknowns,
make
I
it
know.
work, like, but yeah, I don't know exactly what went into their pricing. We can ask further questions, but I think at this point, we're asking, do we want to move forward with this concept? And, I've started talking with them about grant opportunities, and we've kind of outlined a series of grant opportunities that we think that, we can apply for, that RDI can apply for, and we can support each other in that. And I do think that, like Jackie said, we're in a really good time where we can find funding. There's a lot of funding coming out from the state. Housing is a huge priority, and I think that this project is extremely advantageous given its location. So I think, we can, if there's specific questions about their budget and what went into those numbers that aren't part of the packet, I think we can ask them. But in terms of grants for our portion, I feel pretty confident that we can find a substantial portion of that from grant funding.
It's maybe not that black and white, but you made a comment about, like, we decide if we want to spend the funding. If we're talking about moving forward, we need to be deciding we think we want to dedicate and or find the funding. Because that's, you know what I mean? Like, I think this is at least the first decision point towards we're committing funding. We're committing to finding funding. We're not saying we'll see if people want to fund it in the future at some point. So just to make that, maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, if people read that or see that differently, but to me it's a stage if we're going to start talking about engaging in a contract and a lease and working with them on a development, then we're committing that we're going to buy in too. I mean, the two come together, so
Yeah.
I feel like that's the decision. The decision point, if we're not sure that the funding is something we want to spend, we'd recommend, we want to find, or we expect the taxpayers would want to support, then we need to figure that out before we do, I think.
Can I ask, what's the process or timeframe, if there is a process, for when the taxpayers would be asked, do you want to fund X? If you vote tonight, it's not locking the taxpayers into we have to spend money. They haven't been asked anything.
At this stage, it would be to address the status of the procurement, and whether or not that's moving on to the next phase, which would be negotiating a land development agreement. The voters have to authorize the land lease for the property so that, and make it available for lease. So there's town meeting votes on that. In terms of appropriation, if you're gonna appropriate from a town fund, then that would have to go to the voters. If it's gonna be grant funding, then that may not require, depends on the funder and their requirements. So it very well may not need to, depends on what that mix looks like, so.
But there's some point where I mean, if we say we're continuing, then we're going through the work and involvement of
Yep.
working on a land lease and working
Correct.
on, moving it forward. And I'm not saying that's not value added, even if it doesn't end up panning out, but at some point we're saying if we can't find the grant funds, we don't find them, we don't get them, whatever, we're committed to going to the taxpayers and saying, fund this. And there's going to be a drop dead point somewhere along the way here. And if at that point we decide we're not doing that and we don't have grant funding, then how much have we invested in time, effort, ancillary costs, of either operating budgets or who knows what, to getting to that point where we decide not to. And I'm just being cautious with, where our financials are trending after last year, the current year, that they're not as favorable as they may have felt or seemed historically. So maybe a different sell to get there. I just want to make sure we're clear about that before we're kind of all endorsing that, yes, this is at least, I'm looking for better words than worth the effort, because there's been years and years of effort already, and I don't want to minimize that, because it's all been a lot of work to get to finally getting a proposal after 3 attempts. So.
When does the town have to, when would we have to pay the bill, so to speak, with this $450,000? Like, when would they expect us to be putting that cost in? And where does the Senior Housing Committee propose the money comes from? Like, if we sign a contract, do we have to commit it in FY25? Is this like an FY30 commitment? Like, when is that commitment coming due?
I think you all are getting extremely in the weeds on some of this. The reality is, even if you ink this tomorrow and the voters said yes the day after and the RDI went and put their application in, they could have to potentially put in 2 or 3 rounds of financial applications. And that usually happens once a year for the state. If the governor is putting as much emphasis as Baker did under his administration, it's possible they do it every 6 months. But you're talking lag time in between each of those rounds. So if the financing on the developer side can't even be secured for 2 rounds or 3 rounds, you're a year and a half out. That's on the quick end. So that's not a firm answer to what you just asked, but my point is that there's a lot of what ifs and a lot of contingencies in any of these timetables. They gave you a very aggressive, but I think they feel it's a manageable timetable in there of development by the end of 27. So that's 3.5 years from now that we should have a structure in the back of these parcels. That's 3.5 years to figure out the financing, get the permitting, get all of that in. And that's pretty aggressive. It may not happen that quickly. So the amount of money being dedicated may come in phases. It may be part of a particular grant opportunity that they're applying for. If part of that grant opportunity says how much money is already leveraged on the local level, and to be able to turn around and say that there's a certain amount in there may make that grant application more advantageous, that may be a moment where we say it makes sense to ask the voters to commit something now. If they're not seeking a funding source that's relying heavily on that for competitive points, that may not be a moving factor and they may not ask for that right now. So there's a lot of what ifs in there. And we haven't, as you said, you're exploring grant opportunities with them, but we haven't seen what those requirements are. So it's hard to answer with such specificity as you're looking for. There's a lot that can change in the meantime.
Sure, and I get that maybe it is too in the weeds, but I also know that we're a community that just had to go for a Prop 2.5, which is something I never thought Erving would be seeing while I was in town. And I know what our capital plan looks like, and I know what coming up looks like. So this is a very big ask. And for me, it's looking at that 5-year plan and seeing in 2 years, are we going to have this money? Are we going to be able to honor our commitment if we move forward with it? And so I am curious as to where the Senior Housing Committee feels that is it, where would you suggest that money does come from?
So I would propose that the money come from stabilization, and that that we have a financial plan that was developed in 2019, which spells out, which the Finance Committee and I believe Capital and the Select Board was part of doing that and putting that plan together. And it spells out the policy procedure on how to do that.
So I have a question about this. So is RDI going to be the owner of the property, or are we the owner of the property? Or how does that work with respect to deferred maintenance? Is this going to be a capital expense for us going forward, or?
You have two options. You could sell the land outright. That's not the Senior Housing Committee's proposal. The proposal that the Senior Housing Committee would like to take to you all and the voters is the proposal to make that land available with a 99-year land lease. So the land would remain the property of the town of Erving. It would have certain covenants on it that are restricted by deed, and the building rights would be sold to RDI. They would own the structure. They would be responsible for the maintenance of the structure. This is not something that you would have to appropriate capital funds to maintain. At the end of 99 years, the lease would have to be renegotiated with whomever is here in our positions after us. But the property would remain the property of the town of Erving. So the voters would have control.
Part of the information they gave us is what their typical maintenance schedule is for Sanderson Place.
That was a particular concern that the committee had about making sure that the residents would be living in a well-maintained, well-kept facility, and also acknowledging that it's part of this campus that we've built with town services right here. We want to have a well-kept presence, and they did provide that.
And the property would be taxable? It is going to be taxable. So now what,
The structure.
the structure will be taxable, and so how that comes about, whether it's a structure tax agreement or another mechanism that you use for this particular type of housing, is unknown at this time, but it will be taxable. It will be bringing in taxes to the town.
Deb, page 56 is the start of the timeline, and I just wanted to call out, so November 15th, 2024 is when they say that they're going to be obtaining preliminary commitment letters
Mariah,
from
your document or the big document or
The-
just so I know
the
where I'm.
packet, the
Thank
RDI
you.
packet.
Sorry, just so I know where I'm
Yeah.
scrolling.
I don't know what it is in the big one.
And you're 649.
No, it's good. I have the one that you have. It's good.
So
Makes
that's
it more
their
confusing.
implementation plan. We're already not on schedule.
Right.
This was kind of a projected thing. But November 15th, 2024 is when they have their obtaining preliminary commitment letters from their funders for like their construction loan and tax credits.
Yep.
And then they're also looking at some other funds that would be January 1st, 2026. So several years. The span of several years is going to be when they're locking in their funding. We also have money, and I forget exactly how much set aside for the sewer, 100 something.
49,000.
So yeah, so $150,000 set aside for the sewer project of connecting the sewer at Care Drive and Northfield Road, and that could be part of our match. The actual pump station is not going to be considered part of our contribution, but the sewer connection could be.
So we're doing 500,000 plus a pump station.
Yes, and that I can apply for funding for as well. Just like we got the funding that covered 100% of the pump station down at the IP mill.
But that's another grant type opportunity. So if we don't get that, we would be funding that. And what was that again, the cost for that one?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
More.
But my understanding is that the pump station is needed anyway because of the issues that we had with the senior center and the library. Is that correct?
The current system works with the connections. We have E1 pumps at both facilities. The additional flow with a housing complex would allow for a pump station to operate correctly. Right now, we would not be able to connect these two facilities to a pump station and have it work adequately. It'd be over-designed.
Okay,
So,
That's the tipping point
right.
of needing one.
yeah.
But those funds are not allocated for it, so that still requires the taxpayers wanting to reallocate the balance in that account towards this, if that's what we recommended. And the pump station, I mean, we did get grant funding for that, which was great, but we went over and used other grant funding to finish it. I believe we used ARPA on top of, or something else on top of, because we were short a little bit.
It was about 600,000.
Yeah.
But-
Now, I
but-
hope it's not that much, but it could be.
Because of the specific topography of that site, we had to go to a deeper depth. So it's a 20-foot well. Not that anybody at home cares, but it's a very different
Very interesting
construction.
pictures.
It's a very different dig for that type of an installation than I assume we were going to need at this location, where these properties are going to be at a higher elevation than the pump station will be. So gravity will help get it to where it needs to be, whereas at that site, we had to dig deeper than the site.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yep.
And
And I
we seem to have
think-
strong legislative support
Right.
to get additional
Yeah.
fundings,
That's nice.
so.
Well, we've been very lucky to get a lot of funding lately and a lot of effort to get there. And I'm all for seeing that continue and help us do the things that we'd like to do on top of the things we have to do. I just, I won't speak for everybody here, but I think we're all a little cautious about how much we're signing up for and what's realistic, right? Financially especially. And yes, an aggressive is 3.5 years. An aggressive is 3.5 years, and it's literally almost 1 year away that we would be in the capital discussion and the funding, because we're almost starting it for 24. I mean, for 25, and we would be needing it for 26 if that was a 27 building out there, because you'd be funding it before that. So it's not that far away. It's 1 year from it potentially, best case. But the idea that a 1 year out on a capital plan is not far at all, right? And $500,000 is, when we had funding, almost, the majority of it. So
Right. There is, though, and I know you all know this, there's a chicken and egg situation here. You can't go and seek this funding until this process completes. There's hesitation to complete the process until you know that there's funding. And that is, there is a strategy and risk to any type of endeavor like this. So I acknowledge the concern that you're all expressing. But the funding can't be sought until we know that there's a willingness to even go down this road. And
On
that-
their end as well.
and they can't apply for their funding either.
100%. But this is a decision point to, do we progress forward in those
Absolutely.
things, and
Yeah.
are we committing everything that takes?
Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe none of us get awarded, them, us, and nothing
Right.
actually moves forward as much as we decide we're all in and let's do it. But it could also go the other way, and we need to be prepared to go.
But I also think you would want is if you do choose to move forward, in the details of your land development agreement, identify what those tipping points are, where the commitments need to be made, if this is not going to work, where the termination clauses allow the town and the RDI to both get out of the arrangement. There's a reason why you form that type of a structure to begin with. So I think these are valid concerns that, again, if you move forward, you're going to want to embed into that agreement.
I was just looking for clarity on the 448, and you had mentioned the 149 that we have set aside for sewer, and you said that could be used. Is there a formula of what infrastructure work we do and what additional work we do gets allocated towards that 448, or?
It's a negotiating process of just. What,
With RDI
if-
or
if-
with?
Yeah, with RDI. If we
Okay.
move, yeah, it's not like the state looks at that. It's just we need to talk with RDI about what they're considering part of that 448, what assumptions they made of what is and isn't included.
Okay.
So they specifically called out that the pump station is not included, but that other infrastructure improvements would be, with the assumption, I believe, that we had been talking about the sewer upgrade. So if there was like other things that we were talking about contributing, it would be part of that conversation.
The reason I ask is if it's a safe assumption that RDI has already said that infrastructure work would be allocated towards the 448, your gap is down to around 300 over the next couple of years.
Plus a pump station.
plus a pump station.
But yes,
based on the
yes.
information we have.
If we allocated that.
If we allocated that, and RDI said, yes, that does work. So it just,
I think they already penciled
Yeah,
that in.
in
to
their proposal, it's highlighted in red that they would consider that 149 as part of our local contribution.
right.
I think they're carrying like infrastructure extension in the extended roadways and things, but the pump station's an infrastructure improvement
Correct.
upstream, so
Yep. Yep.
I'm guessing
But
those
I
kind
just,
of things.
I wanted to be clear about that because I've heard people say it's a $500,000, it's a $500,000, it's a $500,000. I've heard that number thrown out 4 or 5 times just in this last 30 minutes. And we're really, it's around 300 plus the pump station. So,
But it's not until we've allocated the money. That money is not allocated to the project, and it's not up to us to do it. It's the taxpayers that would have to agree. So yes, in one way, mathematically we can get there, but that money's not allocated, so I don't look at it that way.
And we very well, just for clarity's sake, want to take that back to the voters to have that conversation with them. But just to be clear, that money, the purpose of that money was to improve the sewer line from in front of the school, which is where it turns into a gravity system, and to improve it up 63 into Care Drive. And we expected the project to cost over $200,000, and we were just very fortunate that we had a very advantageous bidder on that project where we could get that done for a lesser cost. So I don't know what that means. It's probably a symbol of something awful. Ladybugs, folks.
I don't even know what kind of creature that is.
So I just know that at town meeting, we were very clear with the residents, the purpose, the reason we were upgrading it was not for the library solely, was not for the senior center, it was specific for the anticipated development here on Care Drive. So we were very clear about the need for that 4-inch sewer pipe, and that's why that money was asked for and appropriated to begin with. So again, we should be clear with the voters, but I don't think anybody who voted for it would say it was not with the understanding that we were talking about development on Care Drive. We wouldn't have needed the 4-inch pipe without that.
I agree, and I also think that everyone who was there and voted would think it's been done, and there's not any more to do. Because the issues with freezing are not there, the library's done, that stuff like that. So I think, personally, it'd be disingenuous to, even though it probably maybe could fit within the formal definition of what the money was for, to say that that's still there to do more that contributes to this kind of project, because to me it wasn't. And we wouldn't put a pump, even if we put it towards the pump station, we wouldn't have that in the site we have today. So I just don't see that as anything that the taxpayers thought that funding would be used for back then when it was allocated, that's all. The things that it was allocated towards are done. The pipe on Route 2 and connecting the library and all those things, those are done.
The pipe had nothing to do with the library.
No.
It's literally it runs under the sidewalk on 63. It's just capped in place. It has been connected to no facilities.
Correct.
It's waiting to go down Care Drive.
Correct.
We thought this project, when it was RFP'd in 2019, would be successful. We anticipated doing the work down Care Drive soon after that, and the world changed in 2020, so we did not do another RFP. So it has been capped out there waiting to do whatever additional work needs to be done, and that's fair. We probably should go back and revisit the topic, but I just want to be clear, it's out there and it's ready because 63 had to be improved, and we couldn't rip it up again. There was a 5-year moratorium.
yeah.
Right. I remember that.
But we have not gone beyond the curb at Care Drive.
Okay. I follow what you're saying, and I don't remember that scope, so maybe it was to go further than what we already did. I personally looked at it as it's been done. So, but that's me. Anyhow.
Going forward, because we can, honestly, we could sit here for another hour and a half and talk in circles about what we want to do, and it seems to be sort of the vein of what we do quite often. So I'd like to move things forward and take a stance one way or the other on what we want to do moving forward. I am still under the idea that I would like to move forward with this. I would like to engage RDI in moving forward with the project as it was presented Obviously, there's a lot of tailoring that needs to happen and a lot of work in the next, I know their timeline says 3.5, but it's probably going to be 4.5 before we get there because we're already starting behind what that projected timeline is. But
Could I move that the finance committee, I'll move that the finance committee recommend that you move forward. It's up to you if you do or not. But if someone would second that, I'll tell you why I think we should.
There's the motion by Dan. Is there a second?
I'll second it. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye? Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions?
Would you,
Unanimous.
Recuse.
would you explain it though?
Oh, yeah, and one
Well,
recusal.
I think we should move forward for a couple of reasons. For many years, people of Irving have implored us to do something with senior housing. Doing nothing is not an action plan. This is a step forward, and as part of that, one of the things Brian said is, with council, we'll be having a structured agreement at times when we can back out or they can back out if things don't work. And one of those times they can back out has to be, in my opinion anyways, not a lawyer, but it has to be in there that if the voters say no, we don't proceed.
All of this
So-
is conditional on the voters saying yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so, and the other thing is, if we can get a roughly $15 million project, and we're chipping in, maybe it's 300,000 more because we got 149 already, maybe, or it could be up to $500,000-ish or so. If we put in a pump station, it could be, I don't know, 750,000 we're putting in, maybe. Still a $15 million project for $750,000, and out of that $750,000, all the homeowners in town are gonna be splitting 150,000, 200,000 maybe. I think it's a very good financial thing to move forward, as long as we have the time to back out when the taxpayers say no. So,
if
that's,
the taxpayers say no, not when.
if, yeah,
I know it's semantics, but I'd like to be very clear.
yeah,
that we're
I
not
meant to
gonna-
say if. Yeah, I meant to say if, absolutely. And hopefully they agree and we move forward and get some senior housing.
I-
So that's my,
I also think that it's a nice thing to possibly have some tax revenue from it, well, would be tax revenue. And Mariah's really great at getting grants, maybe we can get all that with grant funding.
I was just gonna, that's, Charlie, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was like, if we look at the track record of the number of grants we've applied for, the number of grants that we've been awarded over the last number of years, I know she said she's very confident that she can get those. I'm very confident that she could go out. And if it's not at 100%, it's pretty close. I think as the next 1.5 to 2 years, move on, we'll have a better understanding of what that actual cash value, dollar amount deficit would be. And I'm very confident that it'll be very low when it all comes down to it at the end.
I didn't make my motion, we recommend this with 100% certainty this will all work out. Maybe it won't, but we won't know that until we move forward.
Yeah.
So, can I ask for a vote?
I think it already did.
We took it. We did.
Yeah.
I
You
think-
voted.
Ben seconded you.
So Dan, I heard what you said, but I think everybody around you heard you wanted to recommend it, and you'd explain why after it was seconded, which
Yeah.
became everybody was in favor. Yes, let's recommend it. Because I heard a recommendation
I swear
from
we
your
called it.
peers. I heard a recommendation from your peers. Maybe I heard it wrong, but I heard you say I want to talk about it.
This sounds like we have to vote before we hear about it. I didn't intend that.
That's what I heard happen.
We call the motion and then we have discussion and then we vote. So we
I'll-
did do it a little backwards, but
Well, maybe just to clarify. So now you were thinking about a motion to recommend as the finance committee. Did every other member think that they already approved that? Or recommended? Voted yes, okay, all right, so we're clear.
Okay.
So, and I assume your vote was yes to also
Well,
recommending
yeah,
it since you were
I
gonna
didn't
make a
know we
motion.
voted, so certainly I'll vote yes. Somewhat belatedly, I guess. I didn't know I was done discussing, my mouth was done moving. Okay. Thank you.
sorry, it's been the most Mondays of Mondays.
Oh my goodness, you are not kidding, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't repeat it. There's plenty of opportunities to get grants on other things to save money, to have money to do this too, so. Anything from capital specifically? I guess
We've
I
been
look to you
talking
as
of-
the one non-finance
Yeah.
member who spoke so far.
We've been talking about senior housing for at least 2 decades, I think even 3. And to see something move forward to me is, I just am happy to see it in my lifetime. So yes, I am, I'm for the project if I can jump in on.
We already voted.
Good.
Does capital, I mean, Ben, it's your call, but does capital, somebody want to make a recommendation or just leave it as is? It's up to you guys.
I would make a motion that we support this senior housing development.
Do we have a second? Somebody else
I'll
on the
second.
committee?
I'll
Okay.
second.
All those in favor?
I didn't mean to choke you
Aye.
Aye.
with the cookie. Sorry,
I
I'm
barely
sorry.
got the second out. I'm okay.
Aye.
Oh.
It's been a long week.
Uh-huh. All right, I'll make a motion to award the Care Drive Senior Housing, oh, never mind, hang on a second. I
Yeah,
need to-
you saw
I
the
need to
blank-
do one more.
you saw the
Yeah,
blank
and I
thing,
was
too.
thinking about it all night, and I just forgot already. So,
Put my name
I
in.
think, okay, then I won't argue that.
Be done with it, yeah.
And there's like an and/or, obviously, would work with the Senior Housing Committee and get their support, so, right?
Yes.
Make a motion to award the Care Drive Senior Housing Development Procurement to Rural Development, Inc. of Turners Falls, Massachusetts, 01376, having submitted a highly advantageous proposal, and to authorize Selectman Bastrash to work with the Senior Housing Committee and the Town Council and the Town Administrator to prepare the necessary agreements for land development with a final land disposition conditional upon authorization being granted at town meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstentions? 1. Because you're not really here, I guess. So I
He's
don't even know if I need to
recused.
count it, but it's done.
I'm not
Okay.
voting.
That I got. Okay,
All right.
okay. Let's see what next
Got some
steps
work
are,
to do.
where we are.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. You did all the work.
I did.
Scott. Scott. Jim's still recused, so.
Correct. Till we move on.
He's recused, so I don't know if you need to record it as an abstention or just recused. Probably just recused, so.
Yeah.
It's just 2 in favor and that's it. Thank you. Okay. Good discussion, and yes, a lot of what we talked about, to your point, will contribute to the next steps, but it's good to hear them. Discussion regarding request to schedule a special town meeting.
This time I'd like to re-enter the conversation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank
Did
you.
you get that, Bets? 8:34, Thomas and Jim both.
For rejoining.
Oh, that's right. I keep looking at Brian for everything, but it's Betsy who's doing
I'm
minutes.
still getting used to it.
We're all still getting used to it, but we appreciate it. Yeah.
So there should have been a memo in everybody's packet regarding a request to schedule a special town meeting.
Page 642.
Well, 642 in the select board packet.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not numbered in the other one.
It's 6:42 in ours, yeah. But it's probably after RDI for you all, right? So
I
it's
would
probably
assume
right at
it's
the
the,
end.
it's the very end.
Yeah, it's probably the last thing. So if you go from the bottom up, probably get there.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So, as the memo explains, the principal driver for the request to occur in the month of January is a need by the school committee to receive a authorization from the voters to sign a multi-year lease beyond, not lease, service contract, excuse me, beyond 3 years with their transportation vendor. They, every 5 years, go out to bid with the rest of the county schools. They participate in that larger bid to get a more advantageous price. There aren't a lot of vendors in the market. It's usually the same vendor that replies There was only one response to the procurement this year, and the proposed price is contingent on all the schools and the towns agreeing to this price. Unfortunately, the bid opening that occurred on December 7th was the point when I realized that there was a 5-year contract in there. So as soon as I became aware, I forwarded it off to all of you that we have this request now for the school. The bids are good for 60 days. So if the bid opening was December 7th, puts us around February 6th, February 7th for them to make an award. So that was the driver behind asking you for this to happen in the month of January. I have concerns that one question is not enough to encourage voters to come out on a wintry cold day to answer one question. So I've asked other departments and had a meeting with the Capital Planning Committee last week to discuss potential articles that we could put on this warrant that would be reasonable for us to pull together in a few meetings. And so that's what the rest of the memo is outlining, potential things that we could address at a January STM if you wanted to. So there's a few more questions to deal with if the voters come out and give us a quorum.
Thoughts?
You'd be looking at about 6 articles.
If we did all of them, correct.
There's 2 that come to mind, maybe on that thread, that aren't on here. One is, do we want to, and obviously there's some conversation to be had, revisiting the elected officials compensation piece that was part of the override special, which might have gotten mixed in, might not have, I don't know, but do we put that back on? It's a question mark if we're going to hold one. And then Church Street Bridge, the land, temporary easements, whatever, all of those pieces. I know there's still a lot of conversation. I know there's been some new feedback from DOT, but I don't know if that's something that we think is going to be done this month. In terms of, we'll know enough that we could put them on, and they're probably 95% going to be right, since we're having the meeting anyway.
They won't certify the right-of-way plans until they hit the 75% mark. And so we have to clear the 25% hearing, which tentatively is scheduled for the beginning of March. So I don't think that timeline.
25 is beginning of March, or 75?
25. The span between 25 and 75 goes very quick after that hearing.
But it won't be ready for a special.
I don't think it will give us.
But March, hopefully early enough we can put it on the 18th.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, well, table that for now.
Brian,
I just want to get them done.
I know. Keep bringing it forward.
our memo kind of cuts off abruptly, and I don't know if that's intentionally, because as I'm looking through the list for capital, I'm not seeing any of the water, wastewater articles that we discussed.
Water and wastewater are not capital articles in the sense that they go to stabilization.
Right, but I don't see them mentioned on here at all, even to transfer back to their appropriate funds.
That doesn't go to town meeting. That goes to the
Okay.
select board.
Okay,
And I did send that in a summary email to all of capital planning, that there were articles that people
Yep.
wanted to close out. If the select board chooses to close those out, they would just go back to retained earnings. And the financial staff just clarified for me that even if we did that at, say, your next meeting, they're not going to actually process that out and be available until after June 30 anyhow. Because it's a end of the year,
Because it'll get recertified like.
has to be
free cash
recertified as
and-
part of retained earnings.
But we still have to execute them.
You still have to make those votes,
The
and we
staff.
would record it with the financial staff, and they would do that. Yep. So you're absolutely right. These ones are the ones that have been placed in the general fund, and the motion would be to transfer that aggregate balance back to stabilization. Correct.
Because the board could close these out, but they would go to free cash.
It would go to free cash if the board closes these.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep.
Basically, they all return to where they came from.
That's in theory where they all go.
Which is why in the future we'll pull from capital to.
We're still working on those mechanisms, but that's the goal. And then they would close back
and they
out
would
to the
close back,
stabilization.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. That's how I understood it. You want this money to go back to stabilization.
yes, please.
Then the voters need to do this. Yep.
Yeah. And the only one that's not on here, and I know capital as a whole, we didn't tend to discuss the articles that the department heads brought forth. The only one, and I bring it up because if I'm going to call out other departments, I feel I should be fair in how I'm calling departments out. The elementary school has the window blind project, which is a Jim Trill legacy for 30 grand. It was presented to us by Jim as a safety issue. It was not done when it was presented to us. The money has sat now, I think, for 5 fiscal years. Part of the directives that the departments were asked for this meeting was to bring us as up to date in where you are in the process. And while Mark did a phenomenal job of telling us what they wanted to keep or not keep, he didn't have all the answers when he presented, which is perfectly fine. But he also wasn't able to say that this is where they are, they've gotten quotes, they've done this. The original quote was $30,000 for the entire building. I highly doubt $30,000 is going to cover a classroom, let alone a whole building at this point. So I would like to ask that that also is closed out. I know that they have begun some sort of process, but nothing was presented to us. We've seen no quotes or anything like that. In lieu of the fact that they are also talking about doing the roof and the heating system and things like that, I think maybe that funding should be returned. And then if they still feel very strongly that's something they need to do, I think all new quotes need to be obtained and new updated figures need to come into the capital planning committee.
Is that what you all want me to do?
Yes.
Okay.
You're asking capital.
Well, that was two. Yeah, it was
I'm
a capital
scanning the
question.
whole room for some guidance. The whole
Something
room was silent.
beyond what was said.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know the status of it, so I need to ask the administration.
the status is they didn't report it, and they were supposed to, and I think the directive was we're closing them out otherwise, right?
Yep, that was what we said.
So, and I'd have to go back through, I was gonna say, because I wasn't present, I couldn't be present, but did that capture everything? What else has funding in a capital article that did not get addressed? Because I don't know what else there might be. I know that's one of them.
Everything else,
Was it
the
everything?
department heads had valid reasons as to why that funding needed to remain. The other department that probably had the longest open capital accounts was rec, and they did come forth and they are closing out a good portion of them.
I think my question, and I heard most of it, but not everything in that meeting, was were there other articles that weren't addressed or weren't brought up at all, or weren't, didn't
I
have
don't-
any
I
kind
can't
of...
think of anything
I
that
don't
wasn't brought
think
up at
so.
all.
I think we,
Did we have anything? I mean, I don't know where the list came from, because I couldn't
There
think
were a
of
couple that they asked to keep open, but they gave excuses for it, so
Yeah.
I don't think there was anything that was just,
Reasons for it.
yeah. Well, that's what I meant. That's, right.
Yes.
Reasons.
Tomato, potato.
Yes.
Brian ran me the 900 category
So we,
report.
Right.
I didn't have it to look at that night, so.
Yeah, we made
so
sure that
we
every-
covered all of the 900.
I'm
Okay, that's my
pretty
question.
sure we did,
At the end, I hit everyone that was not already brought up by another department,
and kept
which are mostly
everything.
192s, and
And you made excuses? No. For the rest of us?
I provided status updates.
There were excellent reasons.
Oh, excellent reasons, okay. Better than the department heads might have done, or the people responsible. I'm mostly pointing at myself and others.
So I guess for me, in order to keep that funding in place, personally, I feel like we would need to see some pretty strong reasoning from the school committee as to why that funding should remain at this time.
I can follow up with the school committee and the school administration tomorrow and ask if they've got a more concrete explanation of the status of that project and bring that back to your next meeting. And if not, we can amend this article, if you want this to be an article, to include that balance.
Well, and if they want to keep it, that we would like to have more up-to-date
Yeah.
quotes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, is that?
Soon.
I was gonna say, I don't know what I heard so far is I don't think there's gonna be, and I don't think they're gonna have what we're gonna need to be comfortable leaving it open in the next 3 weeks. Right? I mean,
I would like to hear a reason,
A plan.
a plan.
And if they
I
say
agree
that
to reason.
they're going to move forward with it with that 30,000, a very firm understanding of what exactly that plan is, and if it goes over that 30,000, where they plan to receive that funding from.
Okay.
And a timeline to complete.
Yes, and a,
Would go.
yeah, and a completion, what the project looks like.
Okay.
Yeah,
And really, we didn't give anybody else that chance, so,
yeah,
you know,
we didn't.
you can send them a reminder, but don't spend a lot on it. That's their responsibility to come bring it forth.
Okay.
I guess with that in mind, I would say the 30,000 goes on the list unless they provide a strong reasoning for it to be removed.
Okay.
Thoughts?
That's
questions?
probably a better way to handle it.
It's on there until it's not.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
I don't even know that capital meeting's soon enough versus the timeline we need for an STM, so we haven't gotten there yet. but-
Capital's meeting on, they're meeting on Thursday, the January 4th, not the
Oh,
select board,
I thought you said FinCom earlier, so now I'm confused.
because it's been a Monday.
It's okay,
And then the select board is scheduled to meet on the 8th, so.
okay. So, list of articles, any of concern we wouldn't want, anything else to add or discuss? I mean, I brought up the one, but are there for or against having this list
I
as we
think
put together?
bringing that one that you mentioned, because I have received feedback from some voters that said they wish that some of the things on that override vote were broken out, so certain things weren't captured. In other words, they would have been in favor of voting certain ways if things weren't grouped together and voted differently. So if we do parse them out, it would be, I think we owe it to the voters to get their feedback and what their opinions are.
Okay. Any concern?
Well, I guess how you're gonna parse it out would be my question. You're talking about parsing things
I-
out?
I specifically was just speaking to the elected official compensation, so we did all the work on the tables. The elected officials who fall on the table, I believe there's 3, were their own article because the voters set their compensation. So it was the adjustment that we put money away for, as we all agreed to set the new tables at, but it can't apply to them until the voters agree to reset their compensation. That was one article of its own. It was in the same STM as the override, and I think too, what Jim said, that there may have been some confusion that it didn't depend on, nor was it needing funding from the override. We funded it back in the annual.
Correct.
We funded a pool of money for this, right? So do we bring that back and try to make it clearer and give it another opportunity?
I guess the point I was trying to make was, putting them all in one article is fine, but I'm thinking each individual person in their own article, which becomes a popularity contest, would
Yeah,
be a bad thing.
No, I
The
was,
table is the table. It's the
Jake-
table of
That's-
all.
okay.
Jake was
Just
right
wanted
to
make
clarify that people thought that that line, that article was dependent on the override, and not that those funds had already been RNA'd.
And no, I wasn't, and I don't think you were saying we would separate out individuals. We were saying that.
I just heard breakout.
No, you're right, and you are absolutely right, then that would become a popularity contest, and I have no appetite for going there.
I'd move the finance committee, as a financial issue, so I'd move the finance committee recommend that article be put on there for the elected officials' compensation. If there's a second, I'll just.
Second.
Okay, before you vote, I'd like to have
Had to stop you quick.
I feel like I just got my hand slapped.
No, it's a good nature, but, in this context, usually everybody is an employee somewhere and they want to be treated fairly, and there are labor laws, and you need to be treated fairly, and you want to be. In this case, we are the employer. Well, the town, the tax people, pay the bills, so we're all the employer, but we're the ones trying to run the show the way people want it done, and we have to be fair. as an employer. And we have this payment schedule that we set up for everybody that works for the town. And it would just be unfair if these few elected officials were treated differently. Still, it's your money, you can do what you want with it, but I would suggest doing it in a fair manner across the board for everybody is the way to go. So I'd call for a vote that we recommend this.
Is that your motion, sir?
I
I
think
think
it
it
was,
was already seconded.
it was already
wasn't it?
motioned and
I don't know.
seconded, yeah.
I don't
All in
know.
favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Passed unanimously.
Thank you. I didn't slap your hand.
Is it a Monday? Oh, my goodness. Any that we wouldn't want on there?
No, I was fine with the list as it stands. If you want to
Okay.
add the compensation, yeah, I'm good with that.
The piece about, in the greater group, maybe Dan knows, but about the solar smart program compensation, whatever you want to call it, for the library that finally is happening for the electricity
Yeah,
and the solar generation.
yeah.
If we want to handle that any differently, that's going to be a fiscal 25 issue, not a 24. Is that correct?
The research that we've done says that there is no other way for us to handle it. It's a general fund receipt. Unless,
There's some unlesses, but it's not something that even if we wanted to consider, you think should come on this soon.
no.
Okay.
I can explain it to you afterwards. Has nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
So you'll bring a draft back at a future meeting?
Absolutely.
Somebody will.
So capital planning has a meeting on the 4th. If you all want the draft ready for your review at that meeting, I can make sure that you all have it so you can review your articles and figure out what recommendations, if any, you want to make. And then I need to go back and double check the calendar. You all definitely have a meeting on the 8th. I can't remember if it's a joint meeting or not.
So the finance committee was meeting at town hall that night. But what we could do, if the joint meeting would be brief, is we could move our meeting here. And we could just meet in the small room and then,
Okay, we could do that. That way
You
both
mean
meetings are in
after?
this facility.
You could meet in there after you meet
Yeah.
jointly, is that what you meant, or before?
yeah, or
Oh, okay.
however it shakes out, we can,
Okay,
I think the FinCom would be amenable to meeting here.
so that means getting it ready and finalizing it on January 8th.
I thought we had a joint meeting on the 11th.
You can make me pull the calendar up, aren't you?
We do have a joint meeting on the 11th.
Who does?
I have it on my calendar as the Board of Selectmen, the
Yeah.
FinCom, and Capital Planning.
Yeah.
Because the 8th is, yes, because the 15th is a holiday.
Yeah.
And every other week, the board was going to do
Yep.
regular business, the 8th, and then the 15th would have
No,
been
we
the
have a
joint
lot of
budget
meetings that
business,
week.
but it's a holiday, so we backed it up to that Thursday, right?
We're making Brian's head
That's 4
explode.
meetings in 7 days. Yes, yes, that's exactly what we agreed to do.
Okay.
There's only one meeting for you, 2 meetings for you in those 7 days.
Sure.
I'm going to hold you to that.
So the goal would be to approve on the 8th. I guess our backup plan could be the 11th if we needed to make any further amendments on the 8th and get that work done, because then capital would have met on the 4th and reviewed, but if there
Yeah.
was something capital wasn't satisfied with and wanted to hold it, the 11th could be a follow-up meeting because we have a joint meeting with you that day. And then we have Select Board and FinCom both meeting on the 8th. We have an opportunity to get it approved on the 8th by you all. Again, if there was something not satisfactory and you wanted to hold it, we could deal with it later on that Thursday on the 11th.
2 weeks to post?
I need 14 days to post and time to get it in the mail to the residents, so that puts us in the last week of January.
So we're meeting the 4th, the 8th, and the 11th?
Welcome to budget season.
Capitals 4th and 11th. 4th and
Oh,
11th.
okay.
They're meeting the 8th.
Finance,
Okay,
finance
okay.
is the 8th and 11th.
That's how I have it.
Finance is the 8th and 11th, capital is the 4th and 11th.
We
Okay.
get all
The
of it.
board is the 8th and the 11th, and I'm all of it.
The 8th and the 11th.
You,
Lucky man.
you have a joint meeting for a budget hearing scheduled for the 29th.
Yeah.
I am not encouraging this necessarily, but We could try to schedule the STM.
Why not?
Yeah.
It's a joint meeting already. The STM will hopefully fairly be quick.
Wait a minute, the
Hold it.
29th is a what?
It's a joint,
Yep.
general
Capital,
government is
finance,
coming to
and
present their budgets.
the-
Oh,
Oh,
that's a big You should have led with that.
So not that I want to add another meeting in our 3-4 meeting a week meetings, but we've been doing them on Wednesdays, not Mondays. And if we're doing a budget meeting, now I hope the STM isn't an hour or two, but I don't think we should plan to be able to, for sure, hold a 2-hour budget meeting on top of an STM.
We cannot do the 22nd, right? Because it's within, it doesn't leave the window.
The 22nd wouldn't give me enough time.
Yeah, okay.
The 24th be feasible, or the 31st?
The 24th would work if you approved on the 8th.
And the 31st would work if we approved on the 11th, and the 7th is our drop dead, or they have to award by then.
They need to award by the 7th. So we have to schedule time with the school committee to be able to make their, I mean, they really just have to have a meeting to make that vote. I'm sure they have other business that they would want to address this at.
Okay.
It's possible I could get them recommended vote language that is conditional upon town meeting approval, so they really can't proceed unless town meeting authorizes it. And that may allow them to be prepared for whenever town meeting happens.
We don't realistically know if the other 4 towns will have it done. When
It's
they'll
the
have
whole-
it done.
It's the whole
either.
county. I have no clue what the rest of the county's doing.
The whole county?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a big contract.
Yeah,
it's
just
not
about
just
it.
the union? Okay,
No,
I guess
no,
I missed
Just
that.
about everybody's in on it now.
Okay.
Yep, it's all of Franklin County.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a lot of moving parts by the 7th.
There's a lot of moving parts, but some regional school districts have a different voting structure.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Greenfield has a city council, Montague
Some of
has a
them
representative town meeting,
preemptively gave
so.
that vote early in the year when they know it was gonna be a contract year.
I wish I knew that. We had
Yes.
some opportunities,
Yeah.
but here we are.
Yep.
Hopefully they can communicate better next time.
yeah.
So, do you want me to make the first draft planning on the 24th or the 31st? Or do you want me to offer both of those dates to the town moderator and the town clerk and see which of them works?
I think you draft it with one, the other both. It doesn't really, I mean, we can pencil both dates in. We can ask the question at the same time. At the end of the day, it's going to depend on what we do on the 8th, whether the 24th is viable.
Right.
If it's not viable because we're not done on the 8th, then it just isn't. And
Okay.
I mean, is everybody agree that, not the 29th, the 31st?
31st.
I mean, was that, 29th is out, right? We want to do a Wednesday preferably?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we want a STM and a budget hearing all on the same night.
No.
I don't.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Okay, I'll draft it that way.
24/31st, I mean, we'll finalize and have to probably adjust and
Okay.
approve whenever, so.
And capital can put this topic on their agenda for the 4th, so we can at least start that
Consider it
review
done.
process? Okay. Excellent.
And
Okay.
we'll then have a very short joint on the 8th planned, finance and.
With FinCom and Select Board. Got it. Okay. Excellent. Thank you all.
Anything else for it? We're good with what's there?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess the school has a deadline of the 4th to answer, or not.
I will, I'll reach out to them and let them know what their tentative plans are and get them moving on their pieces.
Okay. I suppose that's the next meeting, so that's when they would come, right, if they want to discuss it.
Okay, I'll let them know.
Is that right? Okay. All right. That's STM,
Thank you all.
I think. Anything else on the STM?
No.
Okay. Anything else for joint business? No? Okay. So we'll see some of each other somewhere between the 4th, the 8th, and the 11th.
Or all of the above.
Have a great holiday, everyone. And I'll move that we adjourn the joint meeting with Finance and Capital Planning Committee and continue the Select Board meeting at 9 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Review of the engineering services proposal wastewater asbestos pipe removal project. Mr. Sanders, come on up.
So you will have a memo in your packet. This is one of the FY24 capital projects that were funded for the wastewater department. And this is for cement pipe that we have down at POTW number 1. It was inventory. It's not used pipe that came out of a different project that we're working on, but we would like to dispose of it. And this is just the engineering proposal to start that process.
So this was like just spare pipe that back then had asbestos?
I have no idea where it came from, to be honest with you. It's been there since before I started with the town. So it's been there for over 20 years. It just had some, little bit of brush and gravel covering it up for a while, and in the process of cleaning out that area where the highway has their sanders, the pipe was brought back to our attention, and it's something that was never dealt with, so it needs to be dealt with.
Okay. Questions, concerns?
Give me 1 second. I want to reread something.
May I just ask for clarification, the 7,000 is the cost to dispose of it, or the 7,000 is the cost to create a plan to dispose of it?
It's for the whole, it's for the, it's a lump sum fee for all the services.
Thank you.
Inclusive of disposal?
No, that's what I was reading.
No,
So this is
This is the
strictly for
plan
tie
and
and bond.
monitoring and engineering of the removal?
Right.
So this is why I was rereading it again, because I had the same concern. I mean, when I first read it, I was thinking that these were pipes that had to be dug, removed, that were in use, that would need to be replaced. These are
they're
sitting on the
it.
surface, that they're sitting on the ground, and it
Correct.
seems very interesting that it's $7,000 to engineer a plan to have somebody come and take away pipes that are on the surface of the ground, that are not embedded.
I just, because this was brought up before, I have a call into Brian Day to try to break this down even further for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the two, preparation and contractor selection. And we go through contractor selection quite a bit for different, bids. $3,000 to pick a contractor to come and pick up cement pipes in a prescribed manner, and there's detail work that goes into that because they are asbestos. And I don't know, I'm confused why it would be
I
$7,000.
get the non-traditional work plan, but submittal, but, Jim, you started it, so before I chime in, if you had more to say, because you asked the question to begin with,
No.
but I
No, I think we're all going the same, I don't know what kind of plan and engineering, as Scott also said.
the IP mill, we had an abatement done there. That company that was awarded it does abatement. They do for a living, right? I mean, I can't remember their name, it was Air something, I can't remember, but anyway. Is it even feasible, and what does it look like if we just wanted to go procure someone to get rid of some asbestos pipe? We've had cleanup done in other places. I don't think all of our cleanup has required engineering firm to manage it.
Can I offer a comparison?
Sure.
The very next memo is a proposal for asbestos professional services at the fire station and historical building. And while the presentation is different in the terms of how they laid out, ultimate cost is going to end up being similar.
Touche.
And that's a different firm not necessarily engineering.
Say.
Sorry.
No, it's a good,
I wish it had.
we're having the conversation
Yes.
to wrap
Yes.
our heads around this and
And-
have it make sense. To make it make sense
Agreed.
to us,
And
to
I wasn't
why
trying to
that
be smart.
cost. No,
but
I'm not bothered by what you said.
But I do think that the one thing I want to be clear about, I don't have the expertise, Pete doesn't have the expertise on hazardous waste disposal. And so I would want to make sure that even if we were to try to go out and scope and bid this ourselves, that somebody with that expertise who understands all the steps that need to happen would be advising us on that scope. So you're still engaging somebody on that professional service. I would be afraid that I would miss something trying to do it on my own. And
You
we
have to
would
do the air quality sampling,
Right.
everything as you're removing this. It's been sitting there for so long.
The bill of lading has to be done, the disposal site has to be certified and approved. All of the documents have to be filed with DEP. And we will do all of those things, but these professionals typically help us prepare all of those materials and make sure that our submissions are ready to go so we don't miss a step. So the second proposal breaks it out for a lump sum on the design service, but then it's $850 a day for site services. So if they come out 3 or 4 times, you're almost at the exact same price.
Right, but if you're looking at like the standard $850 a day, the Atlas is projecting on the second one, Ty and Bond is saying that theirs is a 2-day job. In there,
Fair.
right, so
Right.
that's $1,700.
Fair.
So, and even if you added in some additional, a couple, another $1,000 for additional paperwork that needed to be done, and even at $850 a third day to prepare all of that, you're still several thousand less than their $7,000. So it's just two different firms providing a very similar scope of work, and one is actually, the plan is a little more in depth because it actually is deconstruction of material. It's removal of a material that's inside of a dwelling and in a larger project, as opposed to the follow-up, which is more of the paperwork about the air quality and doing all of that for the exterior. I'm not seeing the disparity. When you bring the second one as an example, it actually lends more towards my thought process of why is it 7,000? Because Atlas is coming in much less for a project for a building where they have to go in and do the abatement, and the oversight is much less for a project like that, as opposed to picking up concrete tubes that are on the ground.
I will say for me, because I was of the vein of why do we even need engineering at all?
Right.
Because at the end of the day, a firm who does this for a living
Right.
probably can do all of the testing and sampling and reporting too.
Potentially,
This
yeah.
is what they do. Fair enough that, and I agree with Scott, it's the same way, about the difference. You're talking about stuff, there's adhesive under tiles, there's pipe wrap, there's a lot of different nuance to that, not a pile of pipe on the side of the road.
Fair.
It feels like, okay, do we need to collect grass next to it and the sand under it too, or not? And that's that. I feel like it's a lot different than having to like deal with, what is it, frangible or whatever, the friable materials
Friable,
around the pipe that they have to handle.
Right.
Or removing adhesive it's adhesive, right? Whether it's lifting or not. So
I'm assuming it's going to be crushed on site and then disposed of.
on the floor.
The pipe?
No, the pipe.
Outside. I'm sure they'll put it in the
The
containment.
pipe itself?
Right.
Yeah. So where they do it, it's not my.
Right.
Yeah, or it'll be wrapped like the pipe was on the Arch Street project.
And then that was taken to another facility for
Correct.
processing.
I'm assuming, correct?
Right, but we don't even have that cost. So the cost of actually doing it is different. That's a whole different process.
That's the other part. I can't get to the opinion of probable cost on either of these until, again, somebody who understands this work and the scope can price that out for the industry. And that's part of what this work is. Like, so for instance, I'm not proposing in the Atlas proposal that we're ripping up floor tile tomorrow. I need to engage them in services to get a full handle on what that scope of work is and get ready and give you an opinion of probable cost, probably to request a capital project.
Is
Are you
Atlas
talking
in?
about Atlas?
Yeah,
You're talking about the second
we're
one, okay.
simultaneously talking about both.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we already have an appropriation.
The only
right?
difference with the wastewater one, we had worked off of a estimate that had been given by Time Bond last year for the $20,000. That was the basis of the capital budget that was approved by capital and then by the voters. And so there's $20,000 in that line item ready to expend on this discrete project. Whereas this new one is something that we're just becoming aware of in the past few weeks. So we're not ready with a capital project yet. We're just at the research and scoping phase.
So what's the likelihood if it's 7,000 just to engineer it, that the actual removal disposal is gonna come in at 13 or less?
Using the disposal experience that we had on the Arch Street job,
Yep.
my understanding was that that disposal cost for that concrete was under 14,000. I can't remember the exact amount, but under 14,000.
I can ask them include into it.
Well, I just-
I mean, you said you already asked, so.
Yeah,
I
I
was
asked
just
to
wondering
get
in the
a
response.
further broken down.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's with when you say the Arch Street project, that was stuff that we unearthed and then had to dispose of.
That was actually dug out from Keogh Brook, correct?
Right, that was stuff, and then, but the 14,000 was to dispose of it after it
Just the
was
disposal.
just after it was sitting on the ground there.
Right.
And we know the process that happened and the reporting that was done.
We weren't, because that work had been contracted out as part of the general contract, we were not directly involved with all of the selection of the subcontractors and the negotiating with the disposal sites, any of that piece. We were on the receiving end of final documents, but we weren't part of that detailed day-to-day process to have that disposed of. Because you can't control means and methods as long as the regulatory compliance is proper beyond that means and methods of the contractors.
Just
The
seems
only
like an-
other asbestos work that we have done, town of Erving, without a big project like that sewer project, was the IP mill, which was still a big project. That was lead and asbestos work. Time Bond was, Brian Day specifically, was our consultant on that process. And we did work with them and the vendor to identify the hazardous materials, where it was trucking, do the bill of lading, file with DEP, do all that work. So that we were more involved with, because we took a more active role in the project management.
Sorry, I have a hard time every time I see the cost for engineering when these are projects that are done all the time. The engineering and the upfront legwork, this is not the first time they've seen a job. They're recreating jobs that are done all over the place, and to put price tags of $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 on a line item for something that in reality has been done in municipalities all over the state. It's very similar work. It's not labor intensive. It's not time consuming. It's just a high price cost, and I just have a hard time with it. I'm not saying we don't want to do the work. We don't want the pipes to sit there and continue to have that hazardous issue. I just feel like every time I see one of these bills come through, I just think we're throwing away money on stuff that it's overpriced.
Would you like
It's
us to get more competitive quotes on that project?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are other. We have Atlas who bid on the fire station, or at least gave us a quote on the fire station work, which broke it down to a much smaller chunk, and then also had hourly after that, not just, so if they're, you only billed for actual time spent, not a projected amount of, oh, it could take 3 days. Well, if it only takes 2, you only pay for 2 when it comes to Atlas.
Okay.
I think billing for actual time spent, not projected time spent, makes sense to me.
And Weston does engineering, we could ask them to
Yeah.
just have a third quote. I mean,
We do competitive
I
bid on
feel like,
everything.
well, I was just gonna say, I feel like as much as we all sit and ponder some of the proposals we get, when I get 3 quotes, I mean, we have 3 vendors that are easily captured, right? I mean, it's not a procurement effort, it's just a, hey, here's the project,
They're all
tell
under
us what it's gonna
10,000. It's
cost.
best business practice.
Yeah, so,
Just ask them to
Ask
submit
them
one
for
if
the-
they're interested.
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, if they're not, but I think probably at least Atlas will say something, because
They're going to be in town anyways if, if
because
we
they
award
already
it.
offered us one, so I would assume they'd bid on another.
Okay. We can get 2 more quotes.
I'll just get with you.
Yep.
All
We
right.
can work together on that.
On to Atlas.
If you're still willing to discuss that one.
I have nothing to do with that one.
You do not.
I think that was your
Does he-
only topic, right?
No.
Does he have anything else?
Did
that's-
you get the Atlas quote?
Yes.
You got the time bond quote.
Yes.
Okay. But you went and got, okay. You can probably get a contact from Glenn for Weston and just reach out to him. Weston and Sampson, to see if they would do the asbestos.
Okay.
You've already talked to Atlas, so you can forward that over, just to
Yep.
split it up.
Right,
and
just to
make
see-
it more
So
efficient,
do
you know.
Atlas and then Weston and Sampson.
Yeah, I mean, if he's already talked to Atlas, so.
So
but
he
if you
can
wanna
reach out to Atlas.
You can reach out to Weston, because you can ask Glenn, or
Yep.
he can connect you with Bill, and they can figure out who that, if they have a team that does it.
Okay.
So we'll bring that topic back
divide
to your
and
next
conquer.
meeting. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just start. I feel better about it. Sorry. Do we have anything else for you on the agenda? No, right?
Thank you.
Not
Okay,
that I'm
because I
aware
think
of.
we've moved on from your pipe.
Yes.
So
Have
we'll
a great
let you
evening.
have a good
Have a
night.
good night.
And,
Yes. We're going
and
to wait and see what the
formally
other
move on to
quotes
the
are.
second asbestos topic. Review an engineering services proposal for asbestos abatement, oversight, historical building, and fire station. I guess my thoughts on this, although it feels, it's another F word tonight. It looks more reasonable in their assessment, in the way they present the costs to me involved and how they would scale. If we're going to get 3 quotes on the one at POTW, I am curious to see the results of that before I am maybe ready to just accept the one at face value, but I don't necessarily, I'm not encouraging that we go get 3 on this one at the same time.
Correct.
I mean, we could, but I think the results of the first effort of 3 quotes will give us will give me an opinion of where things are, you know, just like when we get bids back and you have
Right.
an idea of scale and where everything falls.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys think.
The only thing that just came to my mind is, could we gain any savings by bundling the 2? You know, there's a certain amount of cost involved in transporting assets to the town.
Well,
Mobilization and all
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I know asbestos pipes and interior finishes aren't necessarily apples to apples, but
It's a concrete pipe. But you're getting at like the idea of all three things together, or are you talking about just these 2? You're talking about all 3.
I'm talking about the scope of removing those pipes
Okay,
and
yeah.
what's included here. So yes, the fire station to historical museum.
The only challenge with that is that we don't have a current appropriation to draw upon for
For a-
remediation work at the other 2.
correct.
Got me
So
with logic again.
So we'd have to wait for a town meeting.
Yep.
It's not that we couldn't.
It would likely exceed 10,000, or it could. I mean, at that point,
putting all three together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Cumulative.
what's that procurement process look like
We would,
versus?
chapter 149, we would just do 3 quotes. I
Because
assume
it-
it's not going to pass 50,000.
I was gonna say to
so-
be,
Oh,
you know,
because it's still under 50, right?
Right.
You said under 10, but I was thinking it's under
Yeah,
50.
if it goes over
really.
10, but it's less than 50,
But it's just formal
Yep.
quotes as opposed to.
so we'd grab a prevailing wage schedule and seek that.
I like your thought process on, let's see what the competitive bid is for the first one, for the pipes to remove.
Undecided.
And decide. The only concern I do have with Atlas, because we're on Atlas now, is that they give the remediation oversight at $850 a day, and it sounds great, but it also says that they will not tell us how many days that is until there's an abatement program, until you select a contractor,
Same.
and the contractor could say, well, this is a 7-day job.
Right.
And now their quote is up over $8,000 because they're, you know,
That's what I said, in the end, it could
in the
be
end, these could be
even.
identical.
And they could.
And they could. And so we
Right.
could get, you know, and I want to be very clear, you know, for anybody listening, if we go out to the competitive, and some of this is my own naivete on on the engineering process and
Right,
what
this
they
isn't
do,
what we
but
do.
I see these lump sums and I just have, it gives me a little pause, a little concern. If we go back with 3 competitive requests for quotes on what it would be to engineer it, and they're all in the ballpark, then, you know, Ty and Bond was the first one. I'd have no problem at that point looking at it and say, who's the closest? Who do we have a long-standing practice with? And, you know, award something. I'm not worried about it. I just want to make sure that we're not, we talk about the financial climate of the town and how we're spending our money. I feel like I'm always picking on the engineers, but
It's the least tangible money we spend.
correct.
You know, frankly, we're paying for services and not
Right.
things, and that's
Yeah.
just more squishy about. Is that really the
Yep.
value that belongs there?
If that's the
For me-
market rate and that's what it is, you know, I think the last time we asked for more clarity, we got some of it,
Right.
and then we awarded. So it's not that we're not willing to award, we
Mm-hmm.
just need to feel right about making that award. I do anyways.
At the end of the exercise, we will have done our due diligence, and this is going to be part of our new normal with our financials, so we might
Yes.
as well get used to it.
Yes.
And the luxury, if you will, of having things that we don't have to do as complex or can use contracts and don't have to do, you know, competitive procurements, doesn't mean that every once in a while you shouldn't just do them, like keep your preferred vendors honest, right? I mean, and just make sure you're really getting
Yep.
the value that you're putting on it, because it's not just the cost, but it's also a big part of it, so.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
So we'll hold off on this
So we'll
one.
hold off on this
table it.
one, see what the other
Get more
one comes
quotes.
back as. I think to something you said before I miss it, it was about the open-ended hours on Atlas. I have scrolled back, but I think Ty and Bonds, while it does have this doesn't include certain things beyond what we expect for days or whatever. It did have a fixed amount, right, that were included and
Yes.
anticipated. It had anticipated,
Right.
and that was included.
Right.
And extras are extras.
Right.
But Atlas is where it doesn't have a expected amount, and it doesn't have a this many is included in a lump sum,
Right.
which is good or bad, and they're totally different projects.
Right.
What I'm getting out of that is, we can let Pete know too, but with Atlas and with Weston to say, we want how many days and those to be included in your estimate. Like, your lump sum includes this many anticipated days. And anything more than that is more than that, but
Right.
because there won't be apples to apples if we get an $850 a day rate and no estimate of days.
Right.
It won't be as comparable, right?
Understood.
It'll look like this.
Right.
2,000 something versus 7, but it could be 10 versus 7.
Correct. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, we'll get that for you.
Next, probably next meeting.
Yes.
Well, I'm jumping all around at this point, so.
And just work our way back up.
That's what I'm thinking. Review the flags, banners, and signs on government flagpoles, buildings, and properties. Policy draft, first read.
So, mouthful.
Yeah, yes, that is.
Section 12.
Section 12. Page 645.
Just daunting when you start reading page numbers again.
Yeah. I read it, I thought, I agree. I don't think we had any, I didn't have any inclination that I wanted to open up town property to just private citizens to be able to dictate what they want to put up, when they want to put up, and lack of policy would open us up to some of those, requests. I like having a policy that's very succinct. Here is what we put up, this is what we allow in our town.
Right.
End of discussion.
And there have been some of those requests circulating.
Yes.
And we have never, that we know of, done it, and therefore, there's no obligation to, but this will just,
Correct.
concrete that in terms of a standard.
Past practice is good, policy is better.
Right.
Memorialize the practice.
I read through this and I think it's very clear cut. Sometimes simple is better. But what they have in section 5 is aligned with my beliefs, so.
And that is an example of exactly what we do.
Yeah.
This is our practice.
Yeah.
Okay. You had no concerns either, so.
Nope.
The only thing that we did add in was the banners, because in the last 3 years, you all have allowed us to do more with the banners on street lights and the Hometown Heroes and the Erving's a Great Place branding and things of that nature. And so that's not a flag, that's not something distinct with a code already written for it. So we did want to address that, yes, we do these other things, but those are also town-sponsored and they're very specific. So hopefully that captured that.
Yes, it's just a town business, not town businesses.
Right.
I don't have any concerns, so we'll carry it for
Yeah,
next.
I was
Go
just
ahead.
going to say, having read that again, and I knew you were talking about like the Hometown Heroes and that, but the referencing town business or town-sponsored events, does that capture just a banner that we do honoring something? Yes, you're comfortable with that?
It was meant to be,
Those that are erected on behalf of the town, by the town,
by
on
the town. So if, for
I know
now
what it
it's
meant, I
been
just don't know if that,
honoring veterans or it's been the branding. If in the future, the rec department was doing cuts in the park every Thursday, and they wanted to put that up on every, every fifth pole, that made it clear that that's a thing that we do, that would be a sponsored event that the town puts on. So it was meant to be broad enough to sort of capture all the categories, but the triggering language is it's town sponsored or it's a town program or business, as it's worded here. If you want us to clarify that further, we can, but that's the spirit of what we were trying to convey.
yeah.
So I thought you were going someplace else with this. During COVID, I think is when it began, but there were the small lawn signs recognizing high school graduates from the area districts. Does that fall within this banner language, or?
That was something that the rec department partnered with families on, and they worked to coordinate the printing and the ordering of those signs and distributing them out to the public. So that was town sponsored in that sense.
Okay. And that satisfies it for
Right.
me if it was a rec department
It was a rec program.
that did it.
Correct.
Perfect.
Okay.
I didn't like, there's something about the language that's not, and it was the town businesses, even though it doesn't say businesses. Something about it that I just didn't think was clear either. I'm wondering if we just said only banners and signs that are town-sponsored may be erected. It's a
That's what I was thinking.
town-sponsored thing,
Yeah.
not a private,
Simplify it
not
even
a
further.
public.
Simplify it even
Yeah,
further. We are
Okay.
sponsoring it. We are authorizing it to go. Or,
Okay.
we're
Right.
sponsoring it on behalf of the town of Irving. Irving. We're not. acknowledging somebody else sponsoring what they want to put up. We are the one
Right.
assigning it.
Got it. Okay.
That addresses like the hometown hero. In my mind, it's not town business per se. It's not an event, but it's something that we sponsor that we want to put up on our property.
Right.
Right, and those things that are, non-political, right?
Right.
They're town sponsors, so they are more agnostic to the different things that we're trying to avoid, that would be private, that would come up.
And when we put our
Town-sponsored
snowman lights up on the poles.
Penguins.
Penguin.
Love the penguins.
Penguin lights. It's not town business, but it's town sponsored.
It's town sponsored.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
So
Okay.
we'll just
We'll make that
strike
change.
regarding town business or.
Got
Can I
it.
just throw out town-sponsored initiatives, because not everything's an event?
Yes.
Town sponsored initiatives.
All right.
Oh wait, I think I had even yeah.
Okay.
That's it
There
for
you
me.
go. We'll make that change.
Well, actually, what I had said, because I lost it 3 times now, only banners and signs that are town sponsored. No event, no nothing else. Does that,
Yes.
okay.
Only banners
Only
and signs
banners and signs
that are town.
town sponsored.
So strike events.
Yep.
Correct.
And add that
Maybe, yes.
Maybe erected, is that?
Yeah, let's take a look at it, let's chew
Okay.
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a couple more reads.
One
anyway.
sentence semantics here, but,
Yep. We're good.
Thank you.
okay. Gary. Closed Swamp Road engineering agreement with Weston and Sampson. So we had a meeting with Weston and Sampson. We continue our conversation about having been awarded the grant, which was excellent, and needing to work with a MassDOT assigned engineering firm. So we've, it's a very amicable exit from the contract, and there's a clause in there for, I don't know, what was it? It was like, for convenience, that we can exit. So in this case, it's convenience for us, and they're good with it. So there's this very small outstanding cost. Final bill that will come for the deliverables, which is they're just finalizing the last pieces, and they won't necessarily certify the validity or guarantee the liability of what they've done, because they're not the one continuing on, but they will provide all testing and samples and prints
files.
and reports that have been generated to date. Most of which we have already paid for. So,
Correct.
I mean, we're talking a few $1,000s probably outstanding.
And
It's
maybe
very
a
small.
couple $100s.
Yeah, I was. I got to say, I was very surprised and impressed by that. They were very, very helpful and forthcoming about it. So,
All right, well, thank you for working on that.
but we do need to formally, say that. And so here is a draft letter too, because I think it calls for in writing to tell them that we'd like to
Our agreement
discontinue
does
by
require that.
convenience. So, so that's the draft here. And they're just looking for that to continue, and they're already down the path. That'll give them theirs. They'll come back and agree, and
Okay.
from a formality
There's a
standpoint, we'll
formality.
close it out.
All right.
So,
Does this draft language get to the
does
point
this
that-
work for you guys?
It does.
Yeah.
And it meets in terms of the contract terms.
Correct.
Okay.
Do we need a motion to approve, or is this just for informational purposes? And
No, this is severing the contract. So I would
Right.
say, we would look for a motion to authorize me to sign the letter that we wish to discontinue or terminate the agreement.
So moved.
Just waiting for that.
You so eloquently put it out there.
I will second that, if you're comfortable with it, Mr. Chair.
It captured the pieces we needed, a little haphazardly, but we got it there.
Do you need you want to form a motion, or you have it?
I mean, you moved. I think it's fine, right?
Okay.
Authorizing me to sign. It's
Yep.
for convenience, and we're going to send it to them for the Swamp Road Bridge.
Got it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Review and issuance of calendar year 2024 business licenses.
This one we're doing in paper, correct?
So there's
There's some changes.
2 amendments. There was transference issue with the common victualler license where we somehow left off bagels and more, and they have now been added. And the French King Motor Inn should have been listed as an hotel license. Instead, they were listed as a common vic, so we've made that correction.
So just some typos, basically.
And then on the backside is the recommended vote language. We know in the past you've not enjoyed this night in terms of motions, and so we're hoping that draft language assists.
So you want to make it easier for us?
That was the goal.
Oh,
It helps
okay.
the note taker as well.
I'll moved as written, motion one.
Script,
No.
scripts help.
I'll make a motion to renew an automatic amusement device license effective January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 to the French King Bowling Center at 55 French King Highway, Erving, Massachusetts.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Make a motion to renew a common victualers license effective January 1, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 to Dunkin' Donuts at 63 French King Highway, Erving, Massachusetts, to Fliss Market at 5 West Main Street, Erving, Massachusetts, to Freight House at 11 East Main Street, Erving, Mass, and the French King Bowling Center at 55 French King Highway, Erving, Massachusetts, to the Bagels and More at 7 West Main Street, Erving, Massachusetts, and to the French King Restaurant at 127 French King Highway, Erving, Massachusetts.
Second.
Flip a coin on that one.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll make a motion to renew an auto repair license effective January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024 to Greenfield Automotive at 38 French King Highway, Erving, Massachusetts.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. You want a break?
Sure.
Make 'em-
Split them up from there.
Yeah. Make a motion to renew a Class 1 agent of vehicle manufacturer license effective January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024 to Tim's RV Inc. at 15 East Main Street, Erving, Mass.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Make a motion to renew a Class 2 auto repair retail license effective January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024 to Accurate Automotive at 21 Leicester Street, Erving, Mass. And to Rose Ledge Companies at 21 Poplar Mountain Road, Erving, Mass. And to Stoneville Auto at 64 East Main Street, Erving, Mass. And to Tim's RV Inc. at 15 East Main Street, Erving, Mass.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I got
Go
one
on.
more in me. Make a motion to renew Class 2 used vehicle retail license effective January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024 to Erving Equipment at 38 French King Highway, Erving, Mass.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Tapping out.
Do you want me to take it from here? Bring us home? All right, a motion to renew a Class 3 buy and sell vehicle part license effective January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024 to Stoneville Auto at 64 East Main Street, Erving, Mass.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Make a motion to renew a motel license effective January 1, 2024 through December 31, 2024 to French King Motor Inn at 129 French King Highway, Erving, Mass.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Are there any still outstanding
We've
that did not renew
only
at this time?
Not received a renewal from one automotive repair shop.
Okay.
All of your other businesses have renewed.
Okay.
So Bets has reached out to that business just to understand their intentions. And
Okay.
as soon as we hear back, we'll let you know.
Okay. If they wish to, well, we'll meet
Yeah.
on the 8th.
I was wondering why they weren't on there.
Just that one, yep. This is actually, I think this is the first year that we've gotten everything back on time, no issues. Because in the past, you've had to do them in January.
I mean, I know it's the 18th, but I felt like when you said it's 1, I'm like, that's pretty impressive.
Yep.
I'm sure a lot of work on your parts, so thank you.
Excellent.
All right. Continuing backward. Review of the Bridge Street reconstruction and Maple Avenue paving project bid documents. I don't think we had a lot last time, and Bill did a good job of.
He did, I
through
just
the
wanted
key
to read
points,
through it
and-
one more
yeah,
time.
I mean, there's a
I
lot
did
there,
have,
so
I
did you have a
made,
question?
I made a comment on that one. I think it was just
Here.
one comment. Give me a second to find it. Well, I'm trying to look through my notes and I can't find it, but it was related to the anticipated base bid cost. I don't remember ever seeing that in other bid packets. Let me see what page it's on. You'll have to bear with me. It is, there it is. It is on, of our packet, it is page 64. It's under advertisement for bids.
It's highlighted XXX, that one?
Yeah, the estimated project cost for the base bid. I don't understand why we're putting that in there. It's almost telling somebody, please don't bid below this.
Oh, we haven't always, not every project it feels relevant to include that, but if there's an established budget or there is an opinion of probable cost, it is sometimes part of the strategy to be upfront about what the engineers have designed it to anticipate what the cost is. That doesn't mean that they're going to come in at, above, or less. You're still going to get whatever makes the project work for that vendor when they're putting their bid in there. But it's not uncommon to have a reference in there. I've seen it before based on the available budget, which I sometimes think is not helpful.
Right.
This is slightly different. He's basing this off of everything in that base bid, cost out using the material values, likely from MassDOT, give us this base estimated price.
Well, except there's no dollar amount in there.
Right, that's one thing he has to finish putting that number in there. And I know he told you at the last meeting that the last unit that was just going through one more time was the geotechnical group. And so he put the date placeholders in, and I think that was one of the last things that they were verifying.
Okay, and it's pennies when we talk about the overall cost, but on page 125, when you get into the different schedules of number of hours and, you know, estimated cubic yards of material, anticipated cost, they have $100 per day for traffic control. That's actually under what 2 officers would get paid. I believe the rate's at 53 an hour. So you're talking $6 a day difference, but an anticipated, you know, or
What our current
$6 an
retail
hour
rate is, yeah,
as 320 hours. They used a rate of 100 when they should have used 106.
6 or whatever.
It's line,
Because you're anticipating it's 12A, right?
it's 12A,
12A,
yeah.
yeah.
So
They're
anticipating
anticipating
two.
100, yeah. Well, when we talked about it, because of the location, they're going to be, the traffic
Right.
control will be as they're loading and unloading on Route 2. You have to have 2. You cannot do a state highway with just
Well,
one in
and
that
there'll
location.
also be probably 2 vehicles, which is additional cost, right?
Yes.
And I don't know if that's called out elsewhere, and I just didn't notice it, but the
You-
only section for traffic, I mean, it says uniformed officers, but they're gonna have to have vehicles in
It's
that
another,
section.
it's another 10%, I believe, on top of that.
Yeah, I don't remember what our charge is, but I
Yeah,
know we have
I
one.
think usually for a vehicle, it's another 10%, you know, with administrative costs and everything. So you could be up to, if they wanted to put a placeholder in there, it would make sense to put that up to like 120 to 130 a day.
Okay.
Just
I
to,
will-
Or
just to
just
be
to go
clear.
compute rates based on what they're expecting, and knowing that that is a really bad section of Route 2 to not,
Yep.
to be blocking
Yeah.
traffic and stopping traffic at times, so.
I will have them revise 12A.
Yeah.
And obviously that
And
will
again,
push
it's
a
not,
change
on a
through.
major project like this, it's only a couple of $1,000s when it's all said and done, but I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that,
Yep,
It's-
that's going to be required.
yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And as you all pointed out, the work on Route 2 cannot be avoided in terms of a detail, so.
No.
Where
and-
other project locations would be able to shut down traffic and manage.
No, in that
that's not an option.
location, you're never going to do that with one officer.
Right, okay.
No. Or they bring in blocks on a tractor trailer and try to get them down a road
Yeah.
somewhere in there.
No,
Right.
To be honest
That
with you,
alone
with
is
line
gonna
of
be-
sight, it might even be 3. One at the truck, one at the east end, and one at the west end.
well,
Just, anyways,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think jumping that up to 120, 125 gets
Okay.
you in the ballpark of what it would actually cost.
Okay.
Need one in the middle for the radio to work at the either end where they actually stop the traffic.
I don't know how many
Up at
details
Old
I've
State
seen.
and down at
Yeah.
past
But other than that, I went
And-
through and I wanted to review all the paperwork. I think he did a fantastic job highlighting it all the last time he was here. It was, but I just wanted to go through all the nuanced
Bill does a good job.
yeah.
language.
That officer in the middle can manage the traffic coming off of Holmes Street too, since
Yes, all 4 of you.
that's still open. I
We
know.
can help flag and back up the semi anyway. Oh, good.
All right.
It's late. I
It
can
is.
tell. Did you have some
I had,
material?
going back to the invitation to bid, I don't know, Scott, are you done? or-
Yes,
Okay,
I'm done. Thank you.
It's page 65. The invitation to bid, the actual page number is 100-2.
Okay.
I don't know if it matters or not, and based on the 10/24/2017 date, but does it affect it being a valid bid if the Mr. Bember is still on there as opposed to me when we're sending out the invitation?
Yeah, let's get that fixed.
Should be corrected.
And then further down on the cover page of the plans, it also is there.
I will get that fixed. My apologies for overlooking that.
No, it's no big deal. It's not a matter of vanity or anything. I just want to.
It should be accurate.
I don't want to get caught in a,
We'll be scratching them out and initialing them.
Right.
Let's not do
Yeah.
that.
and then it appears on page 92 of our packet on the cover sheet.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
yeah, that's all I had. And again,
We go all the way
just-
back to September of 2022 on that one.
We've been working on this project for
Yeah.
a little bit of time.
I
little
will,
bit.
I will say it was much well before that where I never thought it would be in scope and cost. It is like
Yeah.
way, way higher.
Yeah.
So we're in a better place.
Right.
Just to echo Scott's comment, I thought they did a very good job with the presentation and spelling a lot of it out. So
Yeah.
when I read through, things made a lot more sense to me.
Okay. So I'm assuming we'll want to see the final with the numbers and all that filled in, or I don't, or do you guys want to?
Well, you have in here a tentative date of release, legal advertisement on January 3rd.
You can push that out.
I mean, what's missing that's still to be furnished? Is it material? Maybe that's really what I'm asking is,
I think the only
is it
thing
material to hear it and see it, or do you?
it's
are we good?
dates and it is the probable cost, if we're going to leave that language in. And neither of those are going to change the vote on whether or not I move it forward. I see you have recommended vote language. It says as amended, but do you need more language because it's not really as.
To be amended?
To be amended?
I don't know. Brian, what are your thoughts on that?
because there's going to be future amendments to what if we vote on it tonight to move it forward, so we don't have to bring it back and we can actually stick with this timeline, your recommended vote language just says as amended, but it's going to be a future amendment that's going to happen. So is there a different language that would capture that?
When amend, or,
Well, you just discussed the amendments you want to see.
no. There are pieces of information that are not filled in.
The
bid
only
packet.
thing that's missing
Is
is
the
the
probable
probable
cost.
cost. Because you just told me what you want 12A to read, and I know where we need to change the select board references. And so,
And those dates
and those
that,
dates are what's proposed, if you like them or don't.
so the dates that are in your memo are the ones that will take the place
Go
of the
away.
amendment.
Right. So the only thing outstanding is the estimate on paying the probable cost.
I think at least Scott and I agree with him, has already said that that's not material to our decision.
Right.
It's what is the wording that captures that something will change after tonight?
To allow that to
didn't-
change.
That we can't define. Like, we defined an amendment that we'll
Right.
incorporate in our motion, but
Right.
there's an undefined amendment coming that we are also approving, right?
Of the probable cost.
Right, but I think that's all, again, all, that is the outcome of what you just discussed, and so I don't, I mean, again, if you feel like it's material, we'd bring it back, but if you're not thinking it's
No,
material,
the
I would just
question
We
say-
want to make sure that the language to vote to move it forward tonight
Yeah.
allows you to amend it after we leave this meeting, above and beyond the amendments that we're giving you already.
Without
We're
a
giving you the
further
dates,
approval.
we're giving you the dollar amount for
Right.
the detail, we're giving you the amendments on language. We are not giving you the amendment of the
I
cost of
think you could
probable.
just add into that vote language and the resulting amendment to the opinion of probable cost.
That's what we're asking. Do
Yeah,
you need
something-
something like
some-
that to?
If you feel
Yeah.
that
Do
that's.
you
if-
need it? Not we want it.
I wasn't thinking
Do
that
you
you
need
did,
it?
but if you would like to see it in there, we could just add those few words.
We're in the weeds and we don't need to be?
I think we're in the weeds.
Okay. I
Okay.
think it's fine as written.
Just say that. Just say that. I'm going to make a
I think
motion
it's
to
almost
approve.
10.
Make a motion to approve and release the bid documents for the Bridge Street wall replacement and Maple Avenue roadway improvement project as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
If we're in the weeds, just say
There's a
it.
lot, yeah, there's a lot to do about nothing. Just tell us.
Brian broke out the string trimmer.
Personnel.
So, I believe, if I'm correct, review of the proposed personnel policy and procedure manual draft, fifth read, is the final item on the agenda tonight.
That's the last thing I have.
That being said, it's 9:53, so if there's substantial conversation, I would gladly entertain the idea of maybe noting what those are and continuing it to a future meeting. If there's not a lot of material discussion, then, whatever, but
Brian,
up to you guys, I
in
don't,
your conversation with the treasurer, and are there portions, I know in the past, we've taken out portions of this and moved them forward to ensure that we can take care of them. I think we did that with holidays, acknowledging various holidays so that we could accommodate that. Are there time-sensitive pieces that with the holidays coming up, that would change some of
The
that?
thing that's in here that has not been resolved, that there's several changes that obviously people would like to see, but I think the thing that is, the thing people have been really waiting for is the prorated benefit of holiday or other time based on 1/5, as opposed to a reflection of the
Right, that's,
actual.
and we're
that
coming into a
language is
place where
clarified
we
in
have
here.
multiple holidays
The
coming
current
up.
personnel policy used a 1/5 calculation, which assumes that you're based on a 5-day-a-week, 40-hour-a-week type schedule. So that proration doesn't work when you're regularly scheduled 3 days a week. And so we did fix that language in here.
And that comes in on,
It's in several places because that reference was in several places.
it doesn't work when you don't work a multiple of 8.
It doesn't want to.
The 1/5?
The 1/5 was applied, so you would accrue and use in increments of 1/5 of what your schedule is, but if you're only scheduled to work 3 days a week, for instance, you wouldn't get your full days. I'm supposed to work 6 hours every, 3 days a week, 6 days each of those. If you divide that by 1/5 and accrue and use it in that manner, you're not going to get your full day's coverage that day.
Right. It doesn't, people work outside of multiples of 8, and that's the only way that works. Is that
Correct.
Okay,
That's
why
the
I said
issue.
it's that is multiples of 8. Not everybody works a multiple of 8 hours.
That's, yes, it
Okay.
was a flawed assumption that we've been
Gotcha.
struggling
Gotcha.
with.
I was just converting it to hours in my head, making sure that
Fair.
I understood the problem
Yeah.
clearly.
It definitely is 10 because
People
I'm
don't
losing
work
my,
days; they work hours, and
they work hours.
and they're not multiples of days.
And so you all fixed the language in
Yep.
the earlier
I'm trying
iterations
to clean
to
them
do
up.
that.
So
Yep. In terms of what I changed in here, I accepted the language that we agreed from past review because I carried that red highlighted language into this one. The comments that felt resolved, I settled those comments, but I brought up my understanding of your conversation at the last meeting and pulled those out as new comments. And then I sent this back to council again, and the only material change that council made was to address your questions that you all had around the, I had put in the piece about lunch break, so hopefully I captured that correctly. But council responded to your questions around the parental leave and wanted to make sure that whatever language we use comported with state and federal law. And so he's put in those references and given the language that we hopefully clarifies that matter. And all of that should show and track changes. And then I just happened to go through and just do some grammatical cleanup. So if you see like a strikeout of a word or two and a new word in there, that was just grammatical cleanup, nothing material.
And I did read through the language that council provided, and I'm okay with that on the parental leave. And if it's not imposing too much, being sensitive of the time, I know last time you said where this was technically my first read, you were going to give me a little bit of lateral movement.
Absolutely.
I have some comments. I think they'll be quick and we can get through them.
Please.
On page 4, in the welcome, second paragraph starts with "these manual." I believe it should be "this manual."
Let me get back. You said page 4.
Yeah, it's page 21 in our packet.
oh yep, this.
You're talking about in the second paragraph?
Yes, it's,
The these is keying off of
Oh,
details.
details, the plural.
But if that's reading funny, we can reword that section.
No, I think it's
Okay.
still supposed to be this.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it
this
says
manual.
this manual details.
those policies.
so the details is a verb there, not,
I see what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Not a plural, yeah.
You are a grammar expert, we'll call it.
I wouldn't say expert. I was the victim of 2 parents of parochial discipline.
Ooh, okay. We else, well, may I jump on the same page, or do you have another
Sure.
one on that page?
That's all I have on that page?
I just saw it as well and kind of glossed over it, but is it a document or a manual? And do we want to use them interchangeably, because the third paragraph of, the last paragraph in that page starts this document, as a lot of other places it's this manual.
I think we
We kind of go back and forth, and it's
We've
okay
been-
if we do instead of just repeating the same word forever, but.
that's probably why it appears as something else, but we've been calling it a manual, and I think that's how the employees refer to it as.
Okay, then I would
consistent.
say use your discretion in looking at the various places. I think it says it 6 times in that one paragraph probably. So maybe we don't want to change them all, but just take a look at it.
Yep.
If it makes sense, go ahead. If not, no big deal. Thank you. Go ahead.
Jumping down to page 19 of the document. Page 9, did I say 19?
You did?
Yes.
Sorry, page
9.
9.
Yeah, I guess it might be faster if I use the paper document instead of the.
The, just above health and dental insurance, the last paragraph before that, this just read funny to me. It reads, currently the contract information for all of the town's benefit providers is maintained by the treasurer's office, comma, which contact information may be amended from time to time, comma, and is listed in the appendix. I just would recommend it would read cleaner if we ended the sentence after treasurer's office. So insert a period there, and then start the new sentence as information may be amended from time to time and is listed in Appendix C.
Okay.
Jumping down into that health and dental insurance, first paragraph, looks like third sentence, where it states the town of Irving's a member of the Hampshire Group Insurance Trust for health insurance through Blue Cross Blue Shield. I recommend we strike that sentence altogether because it is referenced in the appendix, and that is one of those things that may change from time to time. We don't want to have to rebuild the whole policy over it.
Yeah, because that section otherwise talks about eligibility, not sources and
Right.
Providers, yeah.
providers, yeah.
Okay.
In EAP, I believe is the same suggestion. It references a source.
Got it. Page 10.
Yeah.
So instead, we can just
But
refer
that-
back to the appendix.
Yeah.
And their whole contact information is there too, but it's repeated in the appendix, right? As well as the reference
Right.
to them as the, so EAP really would move to lowercase because it's the thing, not the who.
Right.
It happen to be both in this case, right? In the paragraph, you have some of it too?
Right. So we'll clean
Through
that up.
EAP as a place, not as a service, right?
That acronym, the EAP, is usually capitalized. It's a known entity from
Yeah.
the state. It's a program. How you administer it is different, but every time I've seen it referenced, it's usually referenced capitalized.
I think if you go down to the second paragraph, All One Health is the provider that's providing the EAP. So
Okay,
it does look
I see what you're saying.
but
Yeah,
it looks
okay.
confusing
But
with that reference in
isn't
there.
the EAP an EAP provider?
They both can't be EAP because they are two different things. So I think deleting that section, referring back to the appendix, clarifies that issue.
Okay,
Yep. So we can fix that.
got it.
I'm going to keep rolling.
Please.
Yep.
All right, down to page 12, second sentence, it's actually second paragraph. It states not less than every 5 years. We're going to perform a market comparison. Do we want to restrict ourselves to that, where I believe we just entered into that exercise?
We went round and round with that. Originally, I think it was 7 years, 10 years, I don't remember. The idea that we wanted to make sure that we did an analysis that a little more in depth than just saying, you know, oh, what are our counterparts paying? And really looking at job roles, descriptions, and not letting it go too long. And you come to the realization that a lot has changed and we're way behind the times. And then you're looking at, why are we seeing a 14% bump in rates? Well, because we haven't done anything for 10 years and we're now in this predicament where we fell behind everybody else.
So that's the position you were in 2019 and 2020. It had been 10 years.
Yeah.
And we had to do some massive changes. You did it again. But then some people were asking about every 3 years. That's too often.
I think I follow what you're saying. It's not maybe what you're answering, which is that negative backward? It's not less than 5 years, meaning it has to be 5 or more?
Right. So,
And that's
so-
not actually what the intent was, right? The intent was
Not more.
no later than every 5 years,
Yeah.
right?
The goal
Right,
was
well-
to do it every 5 years.
And I'm pretty sure that actually says the opposite. We
Right,
won't
so
do it in less
if
than
we-
5.
If we switch that to say, not more than every 5 years, so within a 5-year window, or in a 5-year window, we'll look at it
Again.
again. But
Okay.
The not more than allows us to say, okay, well,
Anytime within 5
things
years.
have changed dynamically.
In year
and-
4.
And we need to
Yeah.
take a peek at this.
How about at least every 5 years?
I can,
Yep.
Because these,
yeah.
both of them I'm struggling to wrap my head around
Yeah,
either way.
I can live
Okay.
with at least.
At least
At least.
every 5?
Okay.
And then,
We don't want to be doing it every year, and we don't
No.
want to wait a decade.
absolutely not.
So,
Yeah, I think we're trying to prevent waiting a
Right.
decade, discretion inside of half a decade,
right,
but
got it.
obligate our future peers to
Yes.
Exactly. All of those who
at
inherit this
least
after
do
us.
it every 5 years.
Exactly.
Got it.
And as I said, the other things that council commented on are further down in the document, but that is my list. And thank you for allowing me that time.
You're very welcome. Is this printed one is the same one in the packet, right?
The
Or just
only
go
thing
prior?
different about that has the comments from
Bereavement.
council
No,
on
no,
the
not-
parental
yeah.
leave.
Parental leave.
That's the only
sorry.
thing in addition.
This has the packet,
The
this one
paper
does
has,
not?
the paper has
Okay, got it.
new language for parental leave.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then I didn't see that because I didn't flip through this one. Yeah.
I did have some, I don't know if I wrote it, a memo to myself in here or not, but while he's looking up for that language, bereavement leave, I looked at it again, and to me, every time I read it, the referencing of prorating the amount of time, it appears to be linked to the single day bereavement and not the totality of how much time they're getting prorated based on the number of hours they work. So I just want to make sure if we are, if we're spending a few minutes tonight doing it, we might as well look at the last two pieces that we have on there. Because the only time we talk about prorating it is a bereavement leave day shall be based on the employee's regular work hours and shall be granted and used on a pro rata basis. But that falls after we talk about the 1 day of bereavement, so it almost references back to that.
Not sure if this captures what you're looking for, but if we were to, for each day of bereavement leave?
Yeah, or I was just going to say, instead of day, it's bereavement leave shall be based on. Because we referenced hours in the beginning, it's no longer a day, it's just a set number of hours. Because it could be 10 hours for a person who, we talked about up to 40 hours.
Right.
I still want to clean that up because I think it needs to say something along the lines of up to 40 hours or 5 days, whichever comes first, really. Because a part-timer's not going to get 40 hours. They might get 5 days, but it's going to be less number of hours. So they're going to hit to their 5 work days first, or a portion thereof, or 5 consecutive days, not work days, but calendar consecutive days. It's messy, and I just want to make sure that if we're approving it that captures they get a prorated number of hours per day. It's based on their hours worked. And I just thought the way it was in there, referencing a day after the paragraph talking about a 1 day leave, but Maybe that's just me, the way I was reading it. And it's also after 10 o'clock and trying to comprehend all this now. Because there's other things. We haven't finalized overtime.
Yeah, I don't
We
think,
haven't
I
finalized
mean,
comp
it's
time.
10:11 and I asked the question,
Yep.
I'm not bothered, but I asked the question like 7 or 8 of because I know we're almost approaching 10. We started at 6. And
Yeah.
I think digesting this, which is very important for the staff, and I don't want to not give it, I know they'd like it done, and I get that, but at the same time,
Yep.
they deserve
I
it
was
done
hoping we
well,
could fly through it
and-
in 10 or 15 minutes, but it's turning.
And I'm finding it, yeah, it was like 3 or 4 minutes ago, I'm like, oh, we're going to be passing 10:10, and at this point,
It would be 10:30, 10:45.
For your
yes, and there's
next,
some,
for your next review, would you like me to make the changes, like Jim just went through a list, seemed like there was agreement, make those recommended edits and track changes? I won't finalize any of these track changes, so you'll still see them.
Yeah.
And I can call out this question on bereavement that you've posed so that we can return to that question.
And I'll come up with some,
Yeah, we can
you
work
know,
together.
more
me,
questions? No.
you know,
Probably.
those of us that have been, you know, myself,
You've been-
you,
yeah, year and a half
Jen,
or-
well, we can put our heads together again. I have no
Yep.
problem stopping by town hall. We can revise that and see if we can
Yep.
come up with language that satisfies both,
Okay.
you know, the accounting piece of it on the HR side,
Right.
as well as the language for the staff side.
Okay.
and just so I make sure from wrap my head around it, up to 40 consecutive hours of leave, not to exceed 5 consecutive normally scheduled days.
Yes, something like that.
That's what you're trying to
That's
capture?
what I'm trying to capture, yeah.
That I work 6-hour days and I can go on for
Yeah,
a
right.
few more
Right.
than 5.
So all of a sudden it's like, oh,
Scheduled.
I'm a 4-hour employee, so I get 10 days off.
10 scheduled shifts.
Right, you know, so we have to,
Okay.
we just have to clean it up.
Yeah.
It's just, it's very ambiguous between paragraph 1, 2, and 3 are all a little bit different.
Right.
So,
Right. Okay.
so,
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, 40 consecutive hours, not to exceed 5 scheduled working days.
Regular working days, yep. Okay. Something like that.
And then
Okay, the
next
one
meeting?
before,
Next meeting, bring this back or
Yes.
no? Okay.
which
Yeah.
is
the 8th, yeah, it's
8th.
not a budget night.
Okay.
Correct.
Did you have others? Was that the only one?
There was other stuff, but if I'm gonna meet
Small
with,
stuff that he can
Yeah,
put in
I'll-
edits?
I'll
Okay, I have a
find-
few small things they'll put in edits and the rest will
Yeah,
be
send me
discussion
whatever you
points, so.
have. And I can do any research that needs to be done, or if it's just grammatical changes, I can track change that out for you.
Yeah, I mean, small stuff, we just, if anybody has input along the way, just give it to them, we can redline it, and then we can at least have that for,
Right.
yeah, I think for discussion for next time, we're talking comp time, bereavement
Where
time,
is-
overtime.
that one's on there.
Yep.
Page 6, since we're there, meal breaks, the note from council about a waiver form.
Yes.
I think that should be in the language that you have to do it, in the policy. As well as we have a form for record. The second paragraph says, while not encouraged, they can voluntarily work through,
Must,
provided they execute the voluntary meal waiver form
yes.
and submit it to their supervisor, the
Yeah.
direct supervisor or their manager. Something just to
Something to that
say,
effect,
you
yep.
can't just say, I wanted to, you actually do have to do the form we're gonna
Right.
provide.
Okay. We can
Each and
absolutely do
every
that.
time they, actually-
Yeah, thank you, yeah, that too. At every instance that you choose to. You
We'll come
can't
up
just
with
waive it
language.
forever.
We'll work
But
on
that
that.
idea, I
We'll
just
come up with
wanted to, if
something.
you guys are in agreement, we'll find a way to incorporate that into the
Right.
policy part too,
Right.
Yeah.
requiring it. Okay. The holiday time,
Mm-hmm.
where am I? Oh, it's Article 4, right? Page 17.
Get back to that page.
You said it's referenced in multiple places, the 1/5 and fixing that.
It used to be
But
in multiple places.
Where its material is in the holiday section in the next few weeks, right?
Correct.
Is that a fair assessment of where we're having something occurring that this
Yes.
may change?
In order to pay them their,
And so I'm wondering, can we make, do we want to, and are we willing to make an adjustment or a note of adopting something tonight or a temporary something to make that change now before the holiday kicks in? Or do we want to? I got page 17, Article 4, is that right?
Yeah, Article 4. It's the first section.
nothing stopping us from approving a section of it.
That's what I'm thinking.
We've done it before. We did, I think it was holidays the last, didn't we do holidays the last time?
We set which they were, because we added one, right?
It's the first sentence, basically. We put
No,
it
no,
right
but he asked, we changed something, we added Juneteenth. That
Juneteenth
was a
is what you
prior
added.
holiday
That's the
change.
only change we modified prior
So
to
far.
this being ratified.
Yep.
Okay. Does anybody, I don't have any, but does anybody else have any concerns with strictly just the holiday section of Article 4? Because we can always approve just that and put that in place in lieu of what we currently do.
The last sentence, I have a question on when you guys are good.
The essential employees?
Yeah. So obviously, I'll just use police because every shift is on, right? It doesn't matter what the day of the year is. They work Monday through Thursday. That person, that individual, it's a Monday holiday. That's a scheduled holiday. Whether or not they receive time and a half is just going to be the math that we haven't decided on what counts towards getting to 40 hours to then be eligible for time and a half. If they were scheduled to work that Monday holiday, right? I guess I'm just, are we above and beyond so if I work what is an unscheduled holiday that I'm getting time and a half for when I didn't, I'm assumingly, work 40 hours yet? In whatever computation gets you to 40 hours for overtime eligibility, which we haven't defined, but that's okay. We haven't finalized the definition.
Right.
But I'm just saying, what does this essentially mean in practice? I don't normally work Monday. It's a holiday. I have to come in and work that day. I get time and a half for those hours regardless if it's the only day I work that week.
If you're covering an unscheduled holiday, that would be the way it would.
Is that what that's meant to say? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I remember having conversations about this and wanting to clean it up.
How about this? Would we be willing to adopt Article 4, subsection holidays, after striking the last sentence?
And we can work on that.
And then we can always continue and amend it and adopt it again in the whole policy.
Which we're going to do in a few weeks.
So would that be maybe a way to get there just in case there is more to do on that last
I
sentence?
think there is more to do on that as it relates to overtime, and there's other concerns.
Yeah,
I
and
think
as we
there's-
tweak other things that may impact what that should or
Yes.
shouldn't be, or we think it should be.
Agreed.
Okay. So I'll make a motion that we adopt Article 4 employee leave policies, subsection holidays only, after striking the last sentence, essential employees required to work an unscheduled holiday will be paid at a time and 1/2 their base hourly rate of pay, effective 12/18/2023.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The part-time employees will thank you.
They'll
I
actually
am all
get
for
the
clarity
holiday
and-
pay that they deserve.
And when we can adopt something now, when we can,
Yeah.
the clarity we know we want to have,
Yeah.
why not?
Yep.
Okay. That gets us further along. And we can strike that for what we adopted. Do we need to say it replaced the existing holiday policy or no? Right, we don't. Okay, good. With that, anything else?
Negative.
Motion to adjourn, 10:20.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Happy holidays.